Good evening. It is Monday, July 21st, 2025. This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting. Can everyone please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everybody can remain standing. Ted has a moment of silence.
Thank you, Ron. Today's moment of silence is in dedication to Mrs. Clark. Phyllis Clark and the Clark and Perkins family had a long history of early manufacturing and potato farming in New Hampshire. The Clark homestead was built by Reed Page Clark, Sr. in 1844 on the corner of Stonehenge and Perkins Road. Elizabeth Perkins Clark married Reed in 1802. Reed the Clark II served for 40 years in public service and foreign service. Reed Clark III, with Phyllis by his side, followed his father into public service. He was Secretary of State office for 35 years before they both retired in Londonderry's homestead. Reed, Phyllis's husband, always said he hit the lottery. In the club, he met Phyllis Straub, a distinguished and intelligent beauty from St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, and knew she would be the one. After dating for several months, Reed finally asked her to marry him. And then he asked her again, and by the third time, she finally said yes. What followed was beyond his wildest dreams. 5 children, 4 boys and a girl, in rapid succession, and 17 grandchildren. A life of fulfillment or purpose with Phyllis for over 60 years. Phyllis was part of the famous Straub Family Brewing Company, brewing since 1872. We are one of the oldest families that are operating breweries in the United States and still handling German-American style lagers and traditional craft beer at the original location in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. Many who enjoyed Phyllis's company in their home on the back porch at social and family events recognized her quick wit, engaging intelligence, and sense of humor. Those who knew her are better for it, and she always loved and put Reed and her family first. Rest in peace. Mrs. Clark, thank you for your time and your service and your many dedicated years to the town of Londonderry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a little bit of town council business. On July 16th, Town Manager Mulholland forwarded a complaint that he received to me and Vice Chair Faber. The complaint was regarding a violation of the Code of Ethics. The complaint involved Councilor Paul and statements she made at the Town Council meeting July 7th relative to an agenda item for the appointment of Deputy Town Treasurer. The complaint is as follows. Councilor Paul stated that she was recusing herself from this agenda item. She then stood up to begin to leave the council chamber area. While she was walking away, she made the statement, I would be voting no. When a councilor declares a conflict that requires recusal, it is unethical to state publicly how you would vote. If a public servant, particularly a town councilor, makes public statements after recusing themselves from a matter due to a potential conflict of interest and bias, it can be a serious ethics violation. Recusal is meant to secure impartiality and maintain public confidence in the council's process. Biased statements after recusal defeats the purpose, suggesting the individual's decision-making is not truly neutral. Councilors and other public officials must avoid not only actual bias, but the appearance of impropriety. Public statements that display bias can create the appearance of eroding public trust in the institution. I reviewed the town charter, the Code of Ethics, Section 3. No conflicts of interest states community officials of the town shall avoid conflicts of interest. In such instances, you shall recuse yourself from discussion and decision-making. Recusal means you remove yourself completely from all further participation in the matter of the question. I think Councilor Paul made the right decision to recuse herself on this matter. She stepped away from the council table. Once she did that, she is now an acting member of the public. This policy does not prohibit her from exercising her First Amendment right to make such statements in the matter. However, it is a situation there where public comment was not allowed by the chair. The council rules allow for public comment at the beginning and end of the meeting and at other times when the chair allows. Councilor Paul's comments as a member of the public were made at a time when the public comment was not allowed, which is a violation of the council rules, which were reaffirmed by the council this spring. I feel that this allegation against Councilor Paul violated the code of ethics is unfounded. However, I do feel that Councilor Paul did violate the council rules of public comment. I feel that it is appropriate to provide and request a warning to Councilor Paul that she comply with council rules of public comment in the future. Unless anybody on the council feels differently, this matter will be closed. All right, I will open for public comment.
Kathy Wagner. 3 locations in town right now, but I'll use 15 Parmenter. 2 things. Well, actually 3 things. 4 things, actually. So I got to keep it in quick for the 5 minutes. I don't know if a lot of you guys knew this too. Phyllis went to school with Jacqueline Bove Kennedy, so they were in the same high school together. And Phyllis loved to ride horses, so they will be missed. I love the Clarks, and they will be missed. Second, as far as the treasurer goes, I think it's a moot point at this point, because I think you've probably all come to the conclusion that you really don't have a say in the appointment, and it is the deputy treasurer. But there's one thing I would like to just reiterate, which was a misuse of statement in a recent publication by an individual that stated that they would throw their hat in the ring because they were going to save the taxpayers money. I think clarification needs to be made that the treasurer has nothing to do with the budget. They're there to do what the budget committee and you guys do. So I don't care how organized or how smart you are, you follow the rules. So that's my second statement. And my third statement is this a rumor, or did you give the contract for the posting of all the minutes of all the meetings to the Londonderry Times?
If the contract. You want to answer that question, Chair?
Just clarify the question a little further, because
I'm sorry, Deb, I'm sorry. To the council chair, is the Londonderry Times receiving monetary funding to post planning board meetings and town council meetings in their publication?
Yeah, I'd be fine with the answer.
Yes, we are.
Is there any conflict of interest in your feeling that when they write articles about situations that we are discussing, that there is not bias and that the publisher should recuse themselves?
So I wrote a whole memorandum on this, and I provided to the council, and I looked at the town's rules and regulations on this, and it doesn't prohibit sitting councilors to do business with the town. Some communities have that prohibition. This community specifically does not. In fact, what it does say is that they are allowed to do business with the town as long as there is a competitive process. So that is exactly what I did when I came in here. I looked at what the other papers were providing for cost in the timelines to be able to meet that. And that paper, the Londonderry Times, met all those requirements. So I am following the letter of what those provisions are. Yeah.
And even though she is your reviewer,
yes,
that is not a conflict of interest.
I don't think it is. No, not in accordance with the way you have your rules and your charter. I don't believe it is. And she's only one of 5 at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And the final is after last week, or the last meeting, and we had the issue, I took the time to rewatch the meeting. And I am requesting as a citizen that the camera is on this side of the audience. So I don't know if you need to install a new camera. I am not sure if this camera can handle that. And I would like microphones in the ceiling because it's unfair to the public that they can't hear what the peanut gallery has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How are you?
I'm here to speak about impact fees, good
Okay.
old impact fees. I read the article in the newspaper, and I think some of you don't have the experience from what I heard. Someone said there's nothing in the CPI, and so it wouldn't be feasible to start it. This CIP, I'm sorry, capital improvement. This is not just for bricks and mortar. This is also for traffic. That's our biggest problem right now, as I see it, traffic, maybe water secondly. And I know I came over Auburn Road Sunday, and there was a lot of traffic then, and you're going to put 1,300 living units over there. So that means 5,000 more cars a day. So I think you really need to start impact fees and have it for infrastructure. In other words, you have a lot of roads that have problems because when the roads were laid out, it was cow paths and avoid the ledge and skip the swamp. So they're all curvy. The other thing is somebody said we needed time to go through the budget process. And that's not true because I don't know what you'd go through the budget process for. Impact fees don't go through the budget at all. The money comes in, it's escrowed, and you don't see anything in the budget spending it, and you don't see anything in the budget taking it in. So it's kind of an escrow that flows in and out for what the town's needs are. Now, I know there was also a comment in the paper about how the town got in trouble in 2013 and had to pay money back. So I researched that today, and it was interesting. In 2001, the treasurer left, the town manager left, the finance director left. So there were all new people handling the money and impact fees, if you will. But they kept collecting it. Through the years, the wheel just kept turning. And let's see, glasses. In 2004, they collected $1,335,000, and in 2009, they collected $1,317,000, and in 2013, they collected $422,000, but they never spent it, and they never had a purpose for it. They just let it sit there. Now, this money, when you collect it, it has to be used within 6 years. Otherwise, it's returned to the contractor or whoever paid it in. Now, the contractors got all their money back, and it wasn't a problem, but the article in the paper seemed to imply that the taxpayers had to come up with hundreds of thousands to pay them back, and that's not true. If you look in the old town reports, in 2000, when we were collecting it, you'll see that it's listed under impact fees and escrows, and that's what the impact fees went into a bucket. But if you didn't spend the money in 6 years, it was out. So you could collect impact fees today and spend it 5 years from today. And I don't think you know what you're going to need in 5 years. And you also should probably consider what school CIP is as well. So I'm here to hammer away. I'm going to give this to you. This is a copy of or maybe I give it to Kristen. It's a copy of the 2001 law. It's only about 5 or 6 pages that had to be reviewed. And this is a copy of the impact fees that were done for the north of the town for Route 28. And that's made up by Southern New Hampshire Planning. Also, I have impact fees from Hudson, Chester. They were interesting. They put it into public protection, police, fire, hiring people, that type of thing. And then Salem had a real good schedule of
30
all
seconds.
the fees they charge. They have residential fees and then a page and a half of commercial fees. So I'll leave that with you. My happy little research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm too cheap to do it.
How are you?
Hi, how are you? Erica Lowy, 18 Lancaster Drive. I'm going to start my watch so I can keep myself on track. I'm here tonight to speak about some concerns I have regarding the Leach Library Board of Trustees. I actually have a lot of concerns about them right now, but I would like to try and keep my scope narrow tonight. There's been an ongoing, for a long time now, but particularly since the election in March, has been a consistent and continued pattern of ethically questionable, legally questionable actions by the Board of Trustees, including things like 2 instances of the chairwoman unilaterally overriding the will of the board and the vote of the board, even though it has been made abundantly clear by the municipal attorney that she has no authority to do that and it's not okay for her to do that. There's been a lot of malicious compliance, obeying, again, the letter of policies and things like that, but doing so in a way that undermines the spirit of the law. So, for example, things like Robert's Rules of Order are what govern the Board of Trustees by their own bylaws. So, yes, the chair... Excuse me. So the chair has the authority to remove public comment from the opening of the meeting agenda. She's the one who sets the agenda. She'll walk into the meeting, see that there are 60 people waiting to comment, and she will remove a public comment section from the meeting agenda, which undermines the ability for the people to engage with everything that's going on. And there's a lot of it. The reason I cite those 2 specific examples of things that are concerning for me is that there's been a list submitted of alternates for the Board of Trustees to the Town Council for consideration, which under their bylaws, the Town Council is who selects alternates up to 3 for the library. They have brought this up on agendas 2 or 3 times since March, and each time it's been discussed and then voted down, discussed and voted down. They said, no, we don't need alternates. No, we don't need alternates. All of a sudden, on July 9th, they said, actually, we would like to reopen this possibility. Went into a long discussion, a 45-minute conversation about how they would like to go through this, how they would like to select names, and how they would like to get the names to you as Town Council. They didn't settle on a final timeline. They didn't settle on a policy, none of that. They simply said, we would like to get some names and we would like to get them to Town Council. All of a sudden on Friday, 25 hours, I think, before their meeting, they posted an agenda saying they're going to select alternates for the Board of Trustees. A whole bunch of people were very interested in applying for that position, including people who are in this room tonight. There were only 4 names that were considered or 4 names that were submitted, 4 or 5 names that were submitted. I apologize, I was inaccurate. After no public call by the Board of Trustees, no public call by Town Council. Of the ones who wound up being selected, they chose only 3, which on July 9th, the intention that they had closed their conversation with was they would submit all the names to Town Council and let you figure it out, to be perfectly blunt. Of the names that they wound up selecting to send your way, at least one of them has publicly stated that he does not have a library card. That is not a requirement to be on the Board of Trustees. There's nothing in the bylaws requiring you to be a card-carrying library patron. However, the point of the Library Board of Trustees is to steward the library, is to support it, is to help it grow and thrive within the community. Repeatedly, over and over again, we have seen that the current Board of Trustees is not acting in that fashion and is not aiming to have good stewardship over the library, and this is the latest example. However, because this is going to come to you, you have an opportunity to do something that otherwise you don't, because I know you are separate entities and operate under different bylaws. I am asking that you specifically help us as taxpayers, hold the Library Board of Trustees accountable to the job that we elected them to do, which is to steward the library. So I would like to see a public call for alternate trustees be made. I would like that list to be considered. I would like more than 25 hours notice, because I was out of town and I couldn't even be at that meeting to give any sort of public comment about it. Also, I will note there was a good chunk of that meeting on Saturday, so 2 days ago, that was non-public. That wasn't on the agenda, but they went into non-public anyway as part of this debate. I would really like transparency from the Board of Trustees, and I'm not seeing that. I would really like this process to be one in which I had faith that the trustees were engaging with this search in a way that was in partnership with the town council and genuinely seeking to select alternates and other members of the public who care about the library, not people who actively show disdain for it. But please, in general, I have 30 seconds left. In general, I really would love to see what you can do to help us keep the Board of Trustees acting in an ethical and legal fashion. Because right now what we're seeing is the opposite of that. And it's incredibly distressing over and over to be submitting ethics violations, calling the Attorney General's office, and hearing nothing and not being certain of what is going to be done and what can be done to protect a resource that we all care very deeply about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Nick Marr, 5 Holly Lane. I'm a resident and I also work at Leach Library, and I just wanted to talk a little about the Board of Trustees. In May, there was a vacancy at the library. The board voted to post the position, and then a week later, the chair reversed this decision on her own. Right now, we're in our busiest season, the summer. We have over 500 adults signed up for summer reading. In June alone, we had 6,700 visitors to the library, and we're deliberately short-staffed by 4 members of the board: Christine Fitzgerald, Moira Ryan, Liz Thomas, and Jan McLaughlin. They also voted this position down again in July, and they voted down the children's librarian position that was voted on by the town in the warrant article. They're deliberately keeping the library short-staffed. And then also my other concern is now all of our reviews go before the board for them to approve our merit raises. In the July meeting, we had our first review. An employee asked the meeting to be in public, and they tried their very hardest to not let that happen. The chair ended up voting to let the meeting be held in public, and then she voted not to give that employee a merit raise despite a glowing review from her supervisor. And then at the Saturday meeting, the special meeting that was posted 24 hours in advance, the chair said that going forward, employees don't have a right for their merit reviews to be held in public. So I just wanted to ask the town council, residents of Londonderry, if you're home watching this and you support the library, come to our next trustee meeting and show support. You might not be able to speak during public comment until midnight, because the last meeting there wasn't public comment till 11:30 at night, and the last meeting we had Saturday there was no public comment at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Okay, what's your point of order?
Can we ask who's ever got the whistle going to silence their phone?
Could everyone make sure their cell phones are on silent, please, or on vibrate? Thank you. Anyone else with public comment? Sir?
Good evening. Bob Robichek, 13 Clover Lane. Speaking as a private citizen, homeowner, or taxpayer, not as a member of any committee or commission in town or board. The council is going to be discussing impact fees later tonight. And the lady who spoke before me had a lot of great information. I wanted to build on my prior public comment about this probably a month ago. We've had comments made against impact fees based on past issues with impact fees being mismanaged based on collected funds. The nice lady before me actually mentioned that. This should not preclude Londonderry from researching, enacting, and implementing impact fees in the future. Towns can implement and collect impact fees to offset costs of capital improvements, specifically necessitated by new developments such as roads, schools, recreation facilities, and utilities. The process is governed by an RSA 674-2.21. We have a CIP. Londonderry has a CIP under RSA 674-5-7, which identifies planned capital projects and their funding sources. This serves as a foundation for justifying impact fees by linking them in the future to development-driven needs. Just because our CIP doesn't have any specific projects currently identified in relation to impact fees does not mean that once impact fees are adopted, future CIP projects can be identified that can use impact fees either as a partial or a full funding source, whatever works based on that specific issue. Impact fees can be addressed for specific public capital facilities such as water, wastewater treatment, distribution facilities for water, sanitary, sewer, stormwater, flood control issues, municipal roads, rights of ways, public schools, and then public safety, libraries, solid waste, facilities, recreation facilities, etc., cannot be used for open space, however. Fees can be used to upgrade existing facilities, cannot be used for current facilities unless there are specifically upgrades required because of new developments in town. So that's another possibility. Local examples, we have towns like Durham and cities like Nashua. They've implemented the impact fee successfully, often focused on school facilities or infrastructure like roads and sewers. Nashua's ordinance, for example, ties fees to dwelling size and land use types as outlined in the municipal code. Other communities that have impact fees successfully, this is only a partial list. Some of them are our neighbors: Hooksett, Hudson, Derry, Manchester, Nashua, Amherst, Bedford, Merrimack, Newmarket, Exeter, Goffstown, Milford, Salem, Chester, Durham, just among few. There's more. Example: a town expecting 1,000 new homes or housing units can conduct a study showing each home requires this is an example only, $5,000 in new road capacity, $3,000 for water sewer, and $2,000 for parks. The town can adopt an ordinance charging $10,000 per home, collecting at permitting time. That's key. The funds are allocated to expand the highway, upgrade water treatment plant infrastructure, and build a new park, for example. This lowers the property tax of taxpayers in town. If you use a TIF approach instead of impact fees, it can delay collection of needed funds for decades, based on the length of the TIF. The TIF approach initially benefits the developer, not the homeowner taxpayers. So just in closing, I urge town council tonight to direct the town manager to develop an impact fee ordinance for the town council and the planning board to review in order to adopt and implement impact fees, and as a result reduce the burden imposed by new developments on Londonderry taxpayers. A new town manager is very well versed in this kind of issue, has implemented them successfully in Lebanon. Make use of his knowledge. There are dozens of other communities in New Hampshire that have successfully impact fees. It's our time to do that in Londonderry. Thank you. I'm going to leave this with you. I got the same statement. It's very brief. You can pass it around. And, should be 5 copies, hopefully. Thank you. And I will give a copy to
Thank you, Bob.
John. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Try to keep it under 5 minutes. Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment?
Margarita Barani. I just have a question as far as impact fees. If the town reinstates impact fees, and the townspeople, don't you have to vote for the improvements? So if the townspeople go to a public hearing and they don't vote for it, in other words, schools and things like that you're collecting impact fees, what happens to those funds if the townspeople don't vote for it? And what happens to developers if they're charged an impact fee? Do they also have to look at reconstructing roads and different things to access this property, or do the impact fees go for that and you don't have to do any of these other things?
We're going to be addressing that in older business tonight.
Thank you.
Anybody else? How are you?
Hi. Good evening. Beth Morocco for Westwood Drive. I'm coming to you today as a library trustee. Sadly, our board has faced quite a bit of struggle in the last few months. But I'm coming to you because there is an element where we are counting on you to make a decision. We recently had a board meeting. I was not there. The meeting was called so quickly that I was not able to change my plans to attend. Didn't even know that it was going to be a meeting, but that's another thing. I'm one of 3 people who are working really hard to staff the library. But we are in disagreement. We are a board of 7 people, and I understand that sometimes you're in the minority and you don't get what you want. So I can work really hard, and I will continue to work really hard to staff the library. They are desperately in need of people to run these amazing programs. I understand that I'm not always going to get what I want, but I want the public to be heard. I want the public to have a transparent process. I want the public to have the opportunity to step up. We were all elected. We had a process. We knew what the expectations were, and it was great. If you get the votes, you're on the board. You're on a committee. But as an alternate for the library, this is a process that is not a path that has paved. There's a reason that our elected boards don't have alternates. Those folks were not elected by the community. So at the very least, and I'm talking the minimal expectation, we should at least give a process for these folks to participate, because those 3 voices will be joining our board. 4 of the people on the board passed up on the opportunity to say aye to a motion that would limit what those alternates could do. There was a motion on the table that would allow the alternates to participate when a quorum was not available. That did not pass. And again, I'm one of 7 people. It didn't pass. I disagree, but that's the call. But moving forward, those 3 people will be voting. And so if you're going to have voting power on the board, a board that, I remind you, is struggling, not once in a while, consistently, in front of the camera and behind it. If we have 3 names that are being sent to you, and those people have not even followed the process that we kind of outlined, hey, send us a letter of intent. Tell us what your skill set is so that we can figure out who will contribute. If we have names being delivered to you that did not even follow that halfway drawn out process, we have a problem. And I don't want this problem to be your problem. I think we should just isolate the problem, cauterize it, make a process, and I will probably still lose my vote. And okay, but at least let's have the dignity to have a process, because this looks silly. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Kate.
Hi. Good evening. Kate Burbage, 21 Kelly Road. For everyone's knowledge, I'm a member of the town's budget committee, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the budget committee. I'm here to talk about the Baldwin's application for a charitable property tax exemption. Through my extensive research, I've made a few discoveries, and I'm being told we have to accept this, so these are things that I'd like you to keep in mind as we talk about pilot payments. The Articles of Agreement filed by the Baldwin make Edgewood Senior Solutions Group's ESSG the sole member of the corporation. One of the powers of the members, according to their bylaws, is making decisions regarding the selection, evaluation, compensation, discharge of the president or CEO or member, allowing said member, of which the CEO is a part of, to set their own salary. In 2023, the total compensation of that CEO was $645,000 a year, according to their 990 tax filing, nearly 6 times that of the average nonprofit CEO in New Hampshire. Their 990 form also reflected $0 in charitable contributions or benefits paid to its members, but it did pay $708,000 in management fees to ESSG. Now, one could argue that it hadn't been operated long enough to pay any benefits or grants to its members or other organizations since they were established in 2019. But Edgewood Retirement Community, Inc., its sister property, has tax filings going back to 2009. I also looked at their 990 forms from 2009 to 2023 to determine if that organization was charitable, and they did pay out $283,000 in grants fundings once in 2023. Their Schedule I indicated that 100% of that grant went back to ESSG. They also paid $915,000 in management fees that same year. ESSG, in turn, made $0 in grants and benefit payments or charitable contributions in 2023, according to their 990 form. If they or the Baldwin can demonstrate that they have provided any benefits or charitable contributions that would have been included somewhere on their other than a 990 form, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I have found no evidence of charitable giving. I also assessed the tax impact for Londonderry taxpayers if the Baldwin gets 100% of their tax exemption. It would raise the tax rate from $16.14 per $1,000 of assessed value to $16.28, an increase of 14 cents. For a $620,000 home, this would mean an increase of $93 a year. Even if we accept pilot payments for half of what they otherwise would be required to pay, that's still nearly $50 a year. We may all see an increase in property taxes due to a charitable tax exemption from an organization who, by all accounts, according to their tax filings, do not contribute anything to charity. Furthermore, the Baldwin already puts additional strain on emergency services in Londonderry. I spoke with the fire department and asked how many times emergency services were dispatched to the Baldwin over the past year. For fiscal year 2025, that was 111 times, nearly twice a week, and they still have several acres of land to develop, which will only increase the strain on these emergency services. During budget season, I hear repeated concerns over spending. We have rejected $375,000 for 2 full-time traffic officers, $122,000 for a full-time children's librarian, $10,000 for to redo the Welcome to Londonderry signs, nearly $15,000 for Christmas lights, which wasn't voted upon, but it was a big complaint, and $240,000 for pickleball courts. In total, the above would have been $762,000 in tax impact, and if the Baldwin were required to pay their taxes in full, it would cover all of the above, and we'd still have over $200,000 left to spare. I am presenting all this information to you since the law states this decision does not have to be made until November 1st. I believe you have a responsibility to explore whether we legally need to accept it, and I'm hearing that we do, but consider the implications to the citizens of this town. Look at their filings, follow the money, ask the hard questions. We spend a lot of time during budget season debating sums significantly smaller than $1 million because residents aren't happy with the continued increase in taxes. Some of us, myself included, do not mind seeing a slight upwards in taxes, but do expect to see something in return that helps the community at large and not a charitable entity. Again, I'm happy to support the Baldwin's claim if they demonstrate their charitability, but I haven't seen that in my research. It feels like a for-profit company masquerading as a nonprofit. Please try to figure something out that does not place an additional tax burden on the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Ken Solon. I live at 10 Sunflower Lane. And before I get started, I just wanted to comment that I'm sort of new to coming here. It's my first town council meeting. I've seen a couple of videos, but just wanted to compliment you on the fact that you guys are citizen leaders, citizen legislators, and I think often that goes unnoticed, that there's a lot of work that goes into it and a lot of your time. So I just want to say I appreciate that. I came in here today, I sent an open letter to the town council about solar power. It's something I'm interested in, and I know the town has been contemplating putting up a solar farm. I don't know too much about it, but I just want to point out a few things. The U.S. Information Administration of Energy uses statistics, but about 50% of our power generated in the state comes from Seabrook Nuclear Plant, and 25% is from natural gas. Most of the natural gas is imported up via Tennessee Power Pipeline. We have about 7% from hydropower, and 6% is biomass, 3% is wind, and only about 1% is solar. New Hampshire's electric rates is the 5th highest in the lower 48 states. I feel Londonderry could really benefit from the installation of clean solar-powered generators and battery systems that could augment those. Obviously you only make energy when the sun is shining, like today. And those batteries and controls would distribute and condition the power for our use. A well-designed and managed solar power facility offers a really good return on investment. Solar is one of the lower cost installations as far as capital expenses, and it has low maintenance. It has excellent environmental ratings as far as emissions, and it also can be a hedge against weather-related blackouts or brownouts, or in very demanding days. It certainly can augment our power. Now my timing may not be very good on this subject because, as we know, the federal government is rescinding the 30% tax break that you would have gotten for solar. But still, I believe it's an energy source that certainly other towns and municipalities in the area have taken advantage of. I give the example of Burlington, Vermont. Their 100% of their energy needs are from alternate energy, solar, wind, and hydro. They do have backup generators, peakers, should they need to turn those on. And I also believe that there's some very good co-op opportunities. I don't know much about it. I'm sort of a retired person who likes to study these things and report out. I'm not a reporter, but I like to take pictures and write up articles and things like that. So I'd be willing to work with you guys to maybe get a feature article out as this develops. That's it, really. I don't want to take up too much time of the council's important time on this subject, but it's just something that I feel strongly about, and I feel that there's a good opportunity for the town. I can imagine a day when even the vehicles are charged by a charger that maybe the town owns, and maybe we could use that to augment some income as well. I can leave copies of this open letter with you. I think I printed up 10, and hopefully this could be distributed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment? How are you?
Good. What about yourself?
Good.
My name is Azra Palo, 17 Bancroft Road, and I am here speaking in regards to the issue of the Leach Library trustees and alternates. I urge the town council to advise the library board to properly go through the process of seeking alternates. A last-minute meeting was made on a Friday for a Saturday meeting. There was no emergency, simply that some of the trustees wanted to push a certain agenda through. Unfortunately, this has become a pattern with special meetings for them. There was no public notice requesting completed applications within a sensible time frame. There was only the agenda. This gave no time for the public to know about this and apply. Were you even given a notice about this happening? Can you imagine if you did something like this where you rushed an alternate vote or anything like that? There would be a lot of public outcry. For the sake of the taxpayers, please stay above the chaos that is the Leach Library trustees. If you are to mix yourselves in it, please let them know what is the proper and ethical way to go about these things. While the trustees make decisions for the library, you are making decisions that affect the town as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? How are you?
Okay.
Good.
Hello. Is this on? Okay. So good evening, and thank you for hearing me tonight. I did want to speak to the process that has been used. First of all, my name is Nancy Hendricks, 14 King John Drive, and I am a library member of the Library Board of Trustees. I wanted to speak to the process that has been used for choosing our alternates. The Library Board of Trustees received word mid to late Thursday last week, July 17th, that there would be a meeting Saturday, July 19th at 9 o'clock to select alternates. I was surprised to receive this information as the Board of Trustees had very little notice to reach out to people that may have been interested in serving as an alternate. There was no advertising to encourage people to send in a letter of intent. Additionally, to my knowledge, there was no posting anywhere on our website or yours encouraging people to send in letters of interest. Further, we were literally handed a stack of candidates Saturday morning who some of the trustees knew, but not all of us, and we had just minutes to review them. To compound the issue, there is a candidate whose name is on the slate of candidates that you have this evening, and his was she would hand deliver to the chair Saturday morning. This particular letter was not shared with the entire board. Because there was no formal notice that we were selecting candidates for alternates, as you might imagine, the pool of interested candidates was very small. Summer is a very busy time, and people who may have been interested in serving could be away on vacation or out of town for a variety of different reasons. Again, because this was rushed, we did not have an opportunity to speak with prospective candidates before we were asked to vote. Now, a mere 72 hours later, again, with no public notice at all, We are here tonight for you to review and essentially approve the slate of candidates that was chosen just 3 days ago. I have asked several times what the rush has been for this process, and I have had no answer. Further, because there was such a rush to approve alternates, the Board of Trustees did not have an opportunity to vote on each candidate individually. Had that been the case, my vote would have been different. Like you, we are making every effort to involve the community in the process of how we do business. Like you, we are also making every effort to be 100% transparent in the overall operation of our library. There has been such a rush in this process. In my humble opinion, we have failed at both. We have not involved the community, and the short notice of this process gives the appearance of not being transparent, which I find very worrisome. You have a slate of candidates in front of you, but I am asking you to consider correcting this process and making it more open to all. I am asking you to do what we did not do. I am asking you to advertise for alternates, encourage candidates to write to you, ask them to come before you and express their interest in serving their library. As near as I can tell, there is no reason to rush a process that really should involve our community and give a fair chance to anyone who would like to serve their library. Thank you for your time. And in the interest of full disclosure, I will tell you that I brought forward a candidate who did not submit a letter of intent. However, that individual was not considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. How are you?
Hi, I'm Kim Streitmatter, and I'm from 3 Pine Street in Londonderry. And I wrote notes because I'm nervous. I've been following the library trustee saga since just before this recent election. There's a lot of criticism, rightly so. I've run meetings under Robert's Rules before myself. It can be quite a daunting task when you're unfamiliar or a novice at administrating Robert's Rules, and therefore meetings can be disorganized, hard to follow, and confusing. Therefore, I have some compassion for those doing it and messing it up. I would love to see some improvement from meeting to meeting, but I don't. I've also noticed a split in the board that concerns me. Should there be a majority and a minority in the Board of Trustees? I would think not, but here we are. The method in which the decision was made, which names to send, gives the impression of stacking the majority. The last-minute special Saturday morning meeting did not allow for all members to plan to be present and have their say. Was that intentional? I know personally there is a candidate I specifically did not want on the board due to their willingness to ban books at our library. It is upsetting to vote someone down only to have them installed anyway. Also, why the rush? Is a member of the board planning on an extended leave? Public perception is important, as you mentioned earlier this evening, and the board is failing. During the July 9th meeting, there was quite a lengthy discussion on alternates and how they would be chosen. I watched that section several times. There were questions on how other town groups chose alternates, whether the board should be presented with the applications, or if those should go directly to the council. All trustees agreed on 2 points. There should be an understanding of the qualifications of each applicant, and up to 3 names can be submitted for considerations to the town council. After all of this, there was a motion, an amendment, and a couple of votes. Let's stop here. There was a motion, an amendment, and a couple of votes. The motion read for the board to ask the council to interview and select 3 alternates. The amendment was voted down, so I didn't mention that, but the motion passed. July 18th, a special meeting was posted to be held 9 a.m. the next morning to choose the candidates to submit to town council. I believed it was less than 24 hours because that's what I saw, but somebody else said it might have been 25. Not even the trustees were provided proper notice, as when I reached out to the entire board, I did receive a response from one member dated July 18th, 7:14 p.m., who said, "I'm not sure I can answer your question as I just found out this meeting was occurring." That right there is disturbing to me. If you listened to or attended the July 9th meeting, you would have been under the impression a posting would be made to allow residents to apply. However, it wasn't in the motion, so really that's not binding. This puts the ball in the town council's court. Despite the shenanigans that happened with some members of the board and their last-minute special meeting, the town council can do the right thing. The 2021 trustee manual simply states in RSA 202-A:10, provides that every board of trustees may recommend to the appointing authority, select board councilors, alderman, mayor, the names of up to 3 people to serve as alternate members of the board when elected members are unable to attend. I request that the council make no decisions today on the appointment of any alternates. I would also ask the council to postpone decisions until such time as the council can interview potential candidates, as the trustees' motion states and allows interested candidates to put their name in for consideration. I also have one of the other things when I sent in my request to the council, the town board, the boards, asking about this special meeting. The chairperson did respond and said, "Well, you must be interested. I'll put your name in." I didn't say I was interested. I was interested in the process, but my name wouldn't have come up because I think the decision on who to submit had already been made, and that was just a technicality to put that meeting in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Tom? Good evening.
Good evening. Tom Dolan, 19 Isabella Drive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say something that we don't say often enough, and as I look to the 5 of you, thank you for your service. This is hard, and it's uncomfortable sometimes, and we don't say thank you enough. So thank you. I'm here to ask you to move forward with the library deputy treasurer appointment, as I know it's on your agenda, but as just the sole appointing authority as the elected treasurer, I would ask you to approve my recommendation for the appointment under RSA 41:29, subparagraph A. And again, I bring to you my judgment. I sat in your seats for 6 terms. I've been sitting as a state legislature for 4 terms, and also have 1 extra term of budget committee member tucked in there. So I hope you can accept my judgment as this appointment is before you. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kevin, good evening.
Good evening. Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive. I'll also start off by saying thank you as well. It's a thankless position at times, so thank you for your service. I just want to reiterate my strong concerns about implementing the impact fee program again. I really think by going forward and coming up with a program first before identifying what you actually want to pay for in the CIP is really putting the cart before the horse. State law requires the impact fees be tied to growth, and then that growth project be identified in your capital improvement plan. You can't just willy-nilly collect the fees and then decide afterwards, well, we're going to use them here or there. It was mentioned again tonight, the town collected them and made improvements on 28. It was illegal. We got admonished by the judge for doing that. You can't make improvements on 102. You can't make improvements on 28. Those are state roads. So let's identify, if you're going to go down this path, identify what it is. You can do infrastructure improvements if it's tied to growth and if it's in the CIP. But identify it first, figure out what the cost is, and then go down the path. Because once you start collecting the fees, the clock is ticking, the 6-year clock. And if you haven't identified the program yet, that's time you're losing. But the second thing is, I think we need to call the impact fees what they are. They're tax increases. It's the word fee. That's a tax. It's a tax on the developer or builder. A lot of times, and we found this out the last time we had impact fees, the builders pass it along to the home buyers, and it's the home buyers who end up paying the fee. So on top of paying for their new $700,000-$800,000 home at a 7% interest rate, now they're paying a fee on top of it. And it's an additional fee because they're already paying property taxes on either the land or the building. And it's a tax upon all of us. Because as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, the impact fees only pay for a fraction of the total cost of whatever that project is, which means the rest of us have to pay for it through a bond or something else. So it is a tax increase on all of us. Do a lot of surrounding communities have impact fees? Yes. In Londonderry, we pride ourselves on a certain saying. Londonderry leads the way. Let's not be followers. Let's be leaders. There's better ways to do what we want to do than by putting higher taxes on our residents and on our businesses in town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Oop. Oh, sorry. Didn't see it. Sorry. I'll open back up public comment. Sorry. I didn't see you.
Bob Holden, 6 Holmes Street. I wanted to talk to the town. I appreciate you guys finally bringing on the dumpster fire of 10 Beacon Street. I've had the joy of watching that for years just go to dismay. Police roll up, little crackheads go running out the back, the occasional overdose. Not paying its taxes for at least 3 years has been quite a burden on the town for all the resources, the police, fire, everyone that has to show up. It definitely impacts the safety of the neighborhood, and I truly appreciate the town finally taking steps, and hopefully you guys can do this swiftly and responsibly and take ownership of the property. That way we can make our neighborhood safe again. Nice and easy. Sorry, no more drama.
No.
Thank
you, sir.
Yeah.
Anybody else before I close public comment? Next up is the appointment of the deputy town treasurer. Tom, did you want to say anything else? Okay.
Wait, I got to recuse myself.
Okay. Let the record show that Councilor Paul recused herself. What do we want to do as a board?
I think it's pretty straightforward. Just need a motion. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the suggestion of Deputy Treasurer as John Farrell.
I have a motion from Sean.
I'll second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you. All right, next up, I received an email from the Leach Library Board of Trustees. They met on Saturday, July 19th, to select 3 candidates to fill the alternate positions. By unanimous consent, the Board of Trustees recommended the following candidates: Maria Broad, Richard Belinsky, Chris Navarro. The reason this board is bringing this up tonight is because Councilor Combs cannot be here at the next meeting, and he wanted to be here to participate with this discussion. So this
Chairman Dunn,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion that we postpone the decision on the library alternate positions to allow town staff time to post and collect applications and proper time for the town council meeting interviews to happen at appropriate time. I believe that this should go to the public and all members of the public, and they should all be notified appropriately.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Ted, a second from Dan.
I'm just curious.
Discussion, okay.
Yeah. How do you feel about this, Doug?
I actually think that if we're going to put rules in place, then we have to follow them. We put them in for ourselves when there's an open position, that we post it, we put it out there, we bring people in. And it was said at the meeting that they were going to put it out there and bring it in. And we have no control over what goes on in the library. And to be very honest, I see both parties at fault, nobody listening, and nobody's working to a means to an end. And it saddens my heart. I'd love to see people come up with solutions. This is how we need to work together. And one of the people who got up here said it earlier, both moving this way, nobody's happy, but at least we're moving in a positive fashion, getting something accomplished for the greater good. So for me, Ted, you're back the second week of August, maybe? I think it has.
But I also think that we should have appropriate time for people to see the public notification and to apply.
We normally put it up, I believe, Kirsten, if I may ask Kirsten.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kirsten, do we put it up, 2 weeks usually?
The posting has to be up for a minimum of 2 weeks, yes.
So 2 weeks, we get it. So I'm just trying to, because if somebody is sick or 2 people are out on the library, they have an even number. And then, according to state statute that governs them, they can't even have that meeting because they have to have an odd number. So I'm trying to do it for them so that they can actually move forward with what they need to do, coming into budget seating, making sure that everything's there. That's the only reason I'm saying we have to act on it, but let's act properly and succinctly and lead, as leaders as we are, by example. We expect this of our town to do that. We expect the school to do that. And I would assume we expect the library. So
I will just chime in and say that I believe that this board cannot make them do that. I believe we can advise them to do that.
You just
but we
asked me
can't-
if I wanted to
Yeah,
move
no, I'm just saying,
forward.
I don't think we can force them to do that.
No, we can't. I'm hoping
My
that
understanding is that
somebody's
we
listening.
have to either approve or disapprove these people, and please.
Actually, that's not the case.
Okay, good.
It's different in the treasurer position.
Okay.
So they have the ability, they may make a recommendation. You do not have to comply with that. You can conduct your own process.
Okay.
You have two choices you could take here. One, you could ask them to go back and do the process in accordance with the way we normally do it. And if they chose not to do that, or you choose not to ask them to do that, you could do what the motion has proposed, and is that we would advertise it, we would take those applications in, you would review them, and you do have unilateral authority to appoint whoever you so choose as alternates to the Library Board of Trustees.
So here's my concern with it. I want this board to remain as neutral in this as possible. I want to let the board of the Library Trustees be the board of the Library Trustees business. If we bring people before us as a council and choose, I think we're making that decision for a board that needs to handle its own business. I'm not saying we need to accept those tonight or anything about if the process was correct or not correct that they went through. What I'm saying is the Library Trustee Board needs to settle their business and send it to us, and we can go through that. If you don't like the procedure that, maybe we ask them to redo it or do something else or do it properly. But what I don't want is us interviewing people for somebody else's board. I let the people duly elected take care of that.
Please, Daniel.
So, as the liaison to the library, I'd like to point out that I was at that meeting on Wednesday, and I was asked, what would you recommend we do? And that's exactly what I told them to do. You need to put it out there. You need to have people apply for it. You need to vet those people and then submit those names. The comments from the chair was, I won't be able to get a consensus from that. So would the council do it? So I guess now we're at this point where, what Ted suggested is that we advertise it and we put it out there and we interview those people.
Can we not have the Library Board of Trustees put the call out there, have them interview the candidates, and have them make the decision? Send it back to them and say, we don't accept this, we will not approve these candidates because of the way it was done. You do it properly, you send it back to us, and we will accept what you send back, because I just don't want to conduct library trustee business at the town council.
My only concern is that they've had that opportunity to do it, and it wasn't done. And here we are now. We've heard from the public their concerns. I don't know how many emails you got or phone calls, but I left on Wednesday to go, no, on Thursday, to go out of town. And I got phone calls, emails of people concerned about what was happening. They're like, we thought there was going to be a process. And this is the process they chose to do. So I'm in agreement with Ted that we have the town council put it out there and get the candidates who are interested. There are a lot of people that are interested in serving our community. We have a great community. And people always say, transparency. Well, this is it. I think that...
I'm also going to add one caveat. If we can potentially have this vote in September, as many people on vacations, they're busy with summer camps, they're busy with their families. I think that this vote for us to do this would be in September to allow people time to enjoy their summer. This was not an emergency need of the library.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
And I think that this would also allow more time for the town staff to do what they need to do. Our meetings in August are also very busy, and I would hate to add even more onto our agenda for August.
I do see a conflict in that, and some of the expressed, and I haven't been following as closely as a lot of people are very concerned. I've just been seeing the emails. I've been seeing what's in public comment. That conflicts a little bit with the concerns of, Mr. Meyer had said, they're short on staff. They have some other business that they need to take care of. Apparently, the meetings have been going 5 hours, and they haven't been taking care of business. If they would need an alternate to conduct business, this might further stall some of the things that need to be done at the library, and making them wait longer for that might delay some of the other much-needed things.
Potentially, but
and I'm not trying to rush it. I'm also not trying to extend it out. I just wanted it in a balanced
the other
fashion.
end is, the library is operated for almost 40 years without ever needing alternates before.
Understand.
So.
And I agree, Ted. I mean, we are during the summer, so extending it to September for us to make that decision, I'm not opposed
But I
to
do
that.
think the other part of this is, and everybody's going to get mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I really think that the library trustee needs to work with the public and putting together, or however they're going to do it, processes on how the alternate's going to behave. If it's going to behave like town boards where you have an alternate, they're there, they go to meetings, but they're not part of the meeting. If somebody's out, they step up, they go to the meetings to understand what's going on. And then, but I think they need to start having written processes in place. And so this way it's done. So this doesn't ever, ever, ever happen again. That it's clear, defined processes in their bylaws.
Do you think we should pick them, or do you think the Board of Trustees should pick them?
Pick the people?
Pick the-
I think they should do it the way like the planning board does. The bunch of people apply, the planning board sees this, they give us, some insight on recommendations. They recommend these, and then we look at it, and we can, because then it becomes non-biased. Like, we don't really know these people. We're not part of that. It doesn't affect us.
Yeah, and
It's not
that's
an
my
us and
concern.
them. It's like there's this and this team. Well, it's not about that. It's about a greater good and a good balance.
And that's why my concern is that I feel they're more qualified
But they
to
need
do
a-
that than we are.
But they do need a process, and they don't have that.
Yeah, and I agree.
And I'm hoping that maybe, Mr. Town Manager, I'm sorry to put a lot on your plate, you could just go through our process, or Kirsten, and just say, look, here's ours, copy, paste, or look at another library, what they're doing, and saying, this is good, this is bad, pull in and put your own together to what other people are doing that will accommodate what you guys want. Because you don't want one of everybody on the board. Imagine if we were all the same. What would happen? Everybody just like bouncing dogs on the back of a car. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
So-
We don't want that. You want different opinions, so you want different flavors
I
on
guess the question, Deb,
library.
is, do you feel like this board here should be picking them, or should the
I
should
think
they
that
be
we
doing it?
should, being
Okay.
untethered to it.
Okay.
But I think that they should come forward with recommendations, just like every other board in this town that
Okay.
we govern. You know what I'm saying?
So
I
I'll
mean,
also add one other item.
Yeah, please.
We are the quasi-judicial board for the town.
We are.
We pick and choose any openings that are happening on boards and commissions. That's, we signed up for that as being elected to this position.
Yeah.
And to be able to just push it off to someone else, that's not part of our duties.
This is a different form of
Government.
This is a different
But they
situation
follow
specifically.
under our form of
I
government.
understand. It is still different in this aspect, but I'm okay with it as long as they put forth recommendations. I'd be good with that, because we need some input from them. I just don't feel comfortable making those decisions there. If they have some input, I'm fine with us.
Mr. Chair, there are some trustees out there. Do you want to? Is it possible just to engage them to see how they feel about our
Yeah,
opinion?
I think that would be.
If they wouldn't mind stepping forward and
I
talking
also have a
to us.
motion on the table
I
and it's
mean,
been seconded.
Yes, so that's true. I have no problem hearing from the trustees.
No,
we do have
just
a
to
motion.
help us move this forward.
Okay.
That's all.
Nancy Hendricks, Board of Trustees for the Lake Leach Library. I agree. There needs to be a process, and there was no process here. This was nilly-willy. It was last minute. Nobody knew any of the people that were being brought forward. I agree with you. I don't think that it's your responsibility to choose our, trustees, but there has to be a process. I am okay with advertising, posting, calling people in, interviewing them, talking with them about their skill sets, looking at their dossier, their resumes, whatever the case may be. But we had no information at all, and we received some letters on Saturday morning at 8:56 when we were going into a meeting at 9 o'clock. There was one individual who I mentioned earlier who did have a letter, but the letter was given to the chair, but was not distributed to all members of the Library Board of Trustees. So how do you make these decisions in 3 minutes? So I'm happy to interview people. I'm happy to speak with people, but we have to have a process that is not nilly-willy. Thank you.
Thank you. So you, as one trustee, though, would prefer that you pick the people and send them back to us? Okay. Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Hi, Beth Morocco. Deb, if I could just correct one thing that you had mentioned about needing to have an odd number. Ideally, an odd number is great, but when you don't have an odd number, if you meet your quorum status, you still put in a vote. Same with the school board. So ideally, it's great to have an odd number. Yes.
What I meant is if somebody was out sick, like for a period of time,
right?
You don't have anybody to pull in. Neither do we. But
right. I
mean, most boards do have, just in case somebody quits.
Yeah. And I understand that. But to Ted's point, we've been around for 20-something years. We are an elected board. And just as you don't have alternates, and just as the school board does not have alternates, we do not have alternates, have done great. We've been doing 2 and 3 meetings a month. Yeah. We have meetings, till midnight. So we've got the quorum. What we don't have is room to mess this up. So I think, unfortunately, from a perspective of somebody who has not been in on the decision-making process to call this emergent meeting, it's concerning that we are looking to get someone.
Please, if you shut off your cell phones, that'd be appreciated.
It's concerning that we are looking to get the votes rather than represent the public. I think that sometimes some of our members of the board have vacations, have other things that they need to attend to, and instead of just being absent and trusting that the board will carry on as they do, I think there is a fear that you'll lose your majority vote. And there, it happens, but it is one of those moments where you need someone to self-correct you if you can't do it on your own and be like, I get it, you don't want to lose the majority vote, but you're going to have to if you're choosing to be away or if you're sick or whatever. I don't think we can stack the votes just because you want to hold your majority vote. And I mean, that's what's happening.
So let me ask you the same question. Do
Yeah.
you feel like we should send this back to you and you guys should go through the process?
I think we should have a
and
process.
you guys should send us back 3 names.
3 names.
Okay.
But I think that we should have the qualifications should stand for
Right.
themselves.
Right.
And I don't think we have that right now.
More.
Maura Ryan, 2 Snowbear Hollow. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees, but I'm here speaking as myself. The situation with alternates has been brought up, I believe, since last October. And of course, we had our chair resign in February, which created a lot of problems because we had some votes which ended up being in a tie. There was a patron or a public comment where we were told that we have to have an odd number of voters. I think that this vote in particular was unanimous, and I think it was a hard vote to do because we had to go into a non-public session and have a discussion, and it was an animated discussion without getting into details. So I don't know that if you send it back to us that we can do anything better, because this has been on the table for quite some time, and we did have the issue when Kim Bears did resign. So it has been on the table. We've had discussions around different people. We've had letters of interest for several months. So I don't know what more, because I know after the election, Chris Navarro sent in a letter of interest right away in April, and there have been other times. So this has been an ongoing process for a long period of time.
So, Maura, you would prefer that the town council pick the people and
I think we've sent you the slate that we unanimously recommended, and I think, at this point, it's kind of up to you guys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
Mr.
Sure. What's your point of?
Debbie Groschers.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor. Could we have a vote on that, please?
Yep. We're getting back to that.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, may I say just one other thing? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay. So I respectfully disagree with Maura. This process has not been open for months. People have just kind of sent in, letters indicating that they might be interested. But I agree with Deb. I think the process has to be more formal, and we have to have people that know exactly what the process is. I'm applying. This is the date. This is the deadline. This is the procedure, and I'm expected to come and speak with the Board of Trustees. Thank you, sir.
Ted, would you mind just restating your motion since it's been a little bit, just so we all hear it?
Certainly. Motion to postpone the library alternate position vote to allow the town staff time to post and collect applications and proper time for the town council to have meeting interviews with the candidates. I would motion to also
By
include.
Ted, second by Dan.
Yes.
And the motion, to be clear, specifies that we interview the candidates, not the library.
Correct.
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 Yep.
And Ted, did you want to put in there till September?
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to make an amendment to my motion to include interviews to happen in September.
You still second that, Dan?
Yes.
Okay. We did plenty of discussion. Does anyone have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative.
I look forward to seeing that detailed process. Really, I hope you share me on that email. Details. You're welcome.
All right. I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Deb, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. We are discussing the 100% disabled veterans tax credit, and I will bring it to the council. Is Steve, you want to say anything? You.
I'm here available to answer any questions that you might have.
Did anyone on the council have any questions for Steve?
I believe we had quite a lively conversation at the last meeting. I will motion to approve.
We have public comment. We have.
Oh, we still have the move.
we have-
That's right. We still have our
Yeah,
public
so-
comment on this item. Sorry,
hold
I
on.
thought you were up for the vote.
No, not yet.
My
We still have-
apologies.
anyone from the public wish to mention anything? More? Come on.
So I have a quick question before I start. Mr. Martin had written a letter in. So are you guys going to read that into the record? You
Yeah.
are going to read that into the record? Okay, because I was going to read it if you're not, but if you are, then I will.
If you want to, you can do it just as well as I can.
Well, no, I have something else, so.
Okay, well, you do yours, and I'll read his afterwards.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second because I have to switch gears a tiny bit. I'm not Dennis Martin anymore. So my name is Maura Ryan, and I live at 2 Snowberry Hollow. I'm here to support increasing the 100% disabled veterans tax credit to $5,000. This is a minimal cost to the town. It would be roughly under $20,000. And that would increase it. The amount to increase would be $5,000 for eligible veterans in our community as determined by the Department of Veterans Affairs. New Hampshire is a proud state with a strong military heritage, but unfortunately when it comes to supporting our disabled veterans financially, especially through property tax relief, we fall short. Many other states offer significantly higher exemptions and credits, making them far more attractive places for veterans to settle down, raise families, or retire with dignity. We should not be pushing our heroes out of New Hampshire or out of Londonderry because they cannot afford to stay in their homes that they fought to protect. And Mr. Martin goes into this, and he has illustrations, so I'll send you his email because it's got pictures in it. Veterans lived on fixed incomes, especially those with service-connected disabilities, and they've been hit hard by rising costs from food to healthcare and housing. The pandemic only worsened those challenges. There are people who sometimes sacrifice careers, time with their families, and often their physical and mental well-being. Now they're being forced to make impossible choices between property taxes and basic needs. In March 2025, the people of Londonderry overwhelmingly approved a warrant article to grant a 100% tax exemption for veterans with total and permanent disability. That vote sent a clear message to our town values, that our town values our veterans, and that we're willing to back that up with real support. Raising the tax credit to $5,000 is simply the next step in aligning policy with principle, as the state has already passed, as you well know. The proposal is not just symbolic. For many veterans, it could mean the difference between staying in their homes or choosing between heating their home in the winter or going without, between feeling recognized or feeling forgotten. By approving this increase, we honor not just the service of our veterans, but our own values as a town, loyalty, responsibility, and community. Let's make Londonderry a place where disabled veterans are not just thanked but supported, where they are honored not just with words but with actions. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully urge you to vote in favor of this increase. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Maura. Did you want to read Dennis Martin's statement?
Yes, if you're done.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do also have the list of states which do provide the 100% tax exemption, which is over 1/3 of the current states in our country. I'll cede to you.
This is a letter again from Dennis Martin of Londonderry, New Hampshire. Dear members of the Town Council and residents of Londonderry, my name is Dennis Martin. I'm a disabled Coast Guard veteran rated 100% total and permanent by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. This means I am fully disabled, permanently unemployable, and living on a fixed income provided by my VA benefits. I'm also a former homeless veteran, something I never imagined I would experience after serving my country, and today I write with both pride and concern. Pride in the strength and support of the Londonderry community, and concern that rising property taxes could cause other veterans to face the same hardship I once did. The people have spoken. On March 11, 2025, the voters of Londonderry passed Article 34, 100% property tax exemption for permanently disabled veterans, through a citizen petition advisory note. While the vote was non-binding, the message from the community was crystal clear. Londonderry residents want to do more for their veterans now, not later. The time has come for the council to honor the will of the people and implement the intent of Article 34. Why current relief falls short, the total and permanent disability tax credit is capped at $4,000 annually. The all veterans tax credit remains at just $750. The 100% disabled veteran property tax exemption only applies in narrow cases, excluding many veterans with full VA disability ratings. The average property tax bill surpassing $10,000 to $15,000 per year. This level of relief is no longer matches economic reality. It is placing undue burden on those who are least able to absorb it. We are more than veterans. We are parents, neighbors, volunteers, and community organizers. In my own life, I now lead the Londonderry Blues Festival, which raises funds every year for combat veterans in crisis. This is a grassroots support, but no amount of community fundraising can substitute for policy that protects veterans from displacement. What must be done? Raise the total and permanent disability tax credit to at least $5,000, and double the all veterans credit to $1,500, expand the 100% disabled veterans exemption to include all veterans in the VA rating, not just those with VA adapted housing. These are not extravagant demands. They are reasonable, humane, and reflective of the values Londonderry voters endorsed this March. A clear message to the town. To the town council, please act decisively. Article 34 passed in the advisory vote. The people have shown their support. It's time to implement real, meaningful relief. To Londonderry residents, you stood with us at the ballot box. Now stay engaged. Attend meetings. Speak out. Let's make your vote let's make sure your vote is honored in action, not just in principle. Veterans answered the call to serve. Now we are asking you to answer the call to support. Let's ensure that no veteran in Londonderry ever has to choose between paying their taxes and keeping their home. With deep respect and hope, Dennis Martin, disabled 100% VA-rated permanent total unemployment veteran, formerly homeless, Coast Guard retired, founder, Londonderry Blues Festival, Londonderry, New Hampshire. He was not able to attend tonight, so he asked me to read this in his stead.
Anybody else in the public wish to make a comment? All right,
I will move that the Londonderry Town.
Comment.
What?
Accept the motion to close public comment.
Motion to close public comment.
By Sean, second by
Yes.
Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Sorry, just trying to move the night along.
Go ahead.
I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approve the amendment of Title 6 Town Policy, Chapter 12, Service-Connected Total Disability Tax Credit Policy by increasing the amount of the optional tax credit for service-connected total disability to the new statutory maximum of $5,000 per year in accordance with RSA 72:35 I-A as amended. This tax credit shall not be combined with or added to any other veterans' tax credits or exemptions for which the qualifying taxpayer may otherwise be eligible, including but limited to those provided under RSA 72:28, RSA 72:28-B, RSA 72:28-C, or RSA 72:36-A, with an effective date of August 1st, 2025.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. I heard Sean first. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have a discussion on the application for building permit of a Class 6 road on Jacks Bridge Road. A motion, I'll accept the motion to open public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We just
Any
do the
opposed?
presentation piece first,
Oh.
if we could do that first
Okay.
before you do that. So,
Okay, that's fine.
Kelly?
That's not part of the,
It is part of the script, so the first part is a presentation.
okay.
And then open to the public hearing after that, so.
Hi, my name is
Gentlemen?
Russell Goldman, 116
No,
Riverdale,
just,
Manchester.
for staff to make the comments first,
Okay.
and then we'll let
Yeah.
the applicant. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a reminder, this is a building permit request on a Class 6 road, that is 38 Jacks Bridge Road. This is a statutory process. We had quite the lengthy discussion on this at the last town council meeting, but as a reminder, this has gone through the planning board for review already. It's been reviewed by staff. You have the backup information in your packets. The applicant, per your request, has come back to you with their own presentation and additional information. And so I will turn it to them, Mr. Chair, if you're ready.
Absolutely. Gentlemen?
Hi, Russell Goldman, 116 Riverdale, and I'm the applicant, and I'm here with Bob from Bedford Design. We've been here before. We're asking for a building permit, as you know, on Jacks Bridge Road. There was a lot of confusion, I think, and a lot of swirl at that last meeting, and I was certainly confused by the time we left. The recommendation from the planning board was to build a 24-foot road, and it's not able to be done on the right-of-way that's out there. Even John Trottier said that 24 feet is unrealistic. And then we were asking for a 15-foot right-of-way because the board had approved it, or it went to the zoning board, and they approved 15-foot right-of-way. And that's what we were hoping to do, is get relief and go to 15. But we will go to 20. It seems like 20 feet would be fair. I think the fire department even seemed to agree that 20 foot would be wide enough for their apparatus. And from what Maggie's saying and what they had done in the past on their road, they had to do 20 feet. So we'll agree to do 20 feet if y'all would approve that. We do have a few other concerns, which is the 6% slope. And then Bob can explain more about that, but that seems unrealistic in some of the spots on the road. So we're hoping we can get relief from 6%, maybe 10%. And also the 1,200-foot turnarounds, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to accommodate that. And we were going to build the driveway, because we're talking about a driveway, not a road, and have some pull-offs so the vehicles can get around. There's several roads in Londonderry that have 1,000-foot driveways or roads. I don't know what you call them. I got pictures from areas all over the town. I know we talk a lot about, the fire trucks and these long driveways, but, this isn't going to be the only driveway in town it's long. So I think by providing 20 feet is going to be plenty wide enough. And we're also going to be signing the waiver, just like they're doing on Page Road now, where we're signing the release of liability. I don't know if you have anything else to add, Bob, but...
I can go through my letter that I
Okay.
sent in last night. If the board doesn't mind,
Just pull the mic closer to you. Pull the mic closer to you.
Robert Baskerville, Bedford Design Consultants. I'm a civil engineer on the project. Real quickly, we got kind of messy last 2 weeks ago. We're seeking one driveway to one house. We can't subdivide. There's no Class 5 road out there. Our only complication is part of our driveway runs along an existing town Class 6 right-of-way. But that right-of-way ends not far from our property. It's a dead end. There's no through traffic on it. All the remaining lots on the property are owned by the Varani family. There's no vehicle traffic on the road now that I know of. I don't see any reason why there would be any except for our home would be the only traffic on the road. There can't be any more houses or developments on the property unless they come back to you with the planning board for some type of development or this same relief. So our house would be the only traffic on the driveway. Russ said would sign the waiver. Some of the information I've gotten from the town is contradictory. I didn't put it in this letter, but today I was looking through the town's driveway permit application. They approved the curb cut for every road when people want to build a driveway. And right on the top of it, it says that the width of residential driveway shall not exceed 12 feet. So we had this, and I'm only pointing it out because I wasn't sure of Russ's decisions until just about 5 minutes ago. So there's a lot of contradictions in the documents that are given to us, but Russ has said he'd do 20 feet. I gave about 5 copies of what other towns do for slope requirements. I think Hollis does 8, 2 other towns did 10, and Bedford does 15%. Keeping us to a 6% grade would mean a lot of cut, a lot of fill on a very narrow driveway. I think 10% is a very reasonable amount, and that's the typical fire department NFPA requirement. And that's what most towns do. So I would like the 10% slope requirements and the turnarounds. We can do one at our property. With the Varani's owning all of the rest of this and being unable, it's just impossible for us to do another one unless they were to sell us part of their land or give us an easement. And from what I've heard at these meetings, that doesn't seem likely. So the turnaround issue is a major issue for us.
Any questions from the council?
Kelly, can you put the map up, please? Thank you.
This what you want?
I believe it's actually one more over, Kelly.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, this, Kelly, is Page Road, right?
Correct.
And this is the lot we're talking about?
This is the lot we're speaking about, yes.
Okay. So, I've been up there several times. Walked that property, went on the Class 6 road, measured 20 feet, nice and wide, plenty of room for trucks to turn around, until I get up to here. Now we keep talking driveway, all right? To me, this is not a driveway. To me, this is a road that you're talking about, all right? So our driveway regulations, I don't think apply to this. I think this is now a road going to your property. I've talked with the fire department, went and actually measured a fire truck, okay? And yeah, we need 18 feet to set our fire truck up there with the outriggers. I'm gonna say, like I said to the last meeting, my concern is we got a fire truck up here and we got a few fire trucks up here. This one now has to start backing up all the way down here because we don't have a turnaround. All right, I asked the fire chief. Chief, do we practice this maneuver? Backing our fire trucks all the way down these things? He goes, no. All right? Our fire trucks are $1 million, $2 million. I don't want to see one of our trucks stuck up there and blocking other trucks. I was looking at probably if you did a 20-foot road, a driveway, road, okay, with a turnaround. But you're saying that's not possible.
Well, we're saying we agree to the 20 feet. I just said that.
He's
But we're
said
saying
20
it.
feet.
You're not saying it's not possible for a turnaround.
No, well, once you get to our property, we're going to give them a hammerhead, and then they can back out and go back down the road. I mean, the whole road is a Class 6 road out there, and if you actually measured it, it's not 20 feet by their house. It's 11, 15, and 18. It's not 20. But be that as it may, we're going to give him 20 feet by his barn all the way up to our lot. So you said you measured it, it's 18. We're giving you 20. They have 20. We're doing the same thing.
So your request is for 20 feet in a turnaround, correct?
Right. 20. My request is 20 feet with a turnaround.
Well, the turnaround's going to be on our lot, so they can turn around and come back. I'm not sure where else we can do it.
Ask Mr. Johnson, our fire. Brian, Chief, so from here to here, you need a turnaround for your truck.
So we just got to be careful about where does Jack Bridge Road start and where does Page Road end on here? I just want to make sure where Kelly, can you?
So it's Page Road through here,
Okay.
turns to gravel. Page Road all the way through, and then it's not shown on the map, but as you get closer to the actual Jack's Bridge, it's discontinued at that point, but it's Page all the way through over the gravel
Okay.
to their property. That's why it then changes to Jack's
Gotcha.
Bridge after.
Okay.
You good there, Sean?
Yeah. I just needed that clarified.
Kelly, can you tell me what the distance is from here to here? Can you, where?
Where?
Yep.
Here?
Yeah, right where the barn starts.
Looks like close to 600 feet, linear feet.
Is there a
as
bend in
crow
the road?
flies. What's that?
Is there a bend in the road?
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I guess it looks like more actually 970 maybe if we go by the bend.
So, Chief, what's your opinion about having no turnaround over here until you get to here for your trucks?
I have a hard thing. I don't have an opinion.
What's your thoughts?
My job is to enforce the NFPA codes. NFPA codes require a turnaround every 1,250 feet. So the last turnaround that we are provided that is not on someone else's property, because we cannot guarantee a turnaround on somebody else's property to be maintained a week from now, a year from now, whatever. So our last turnaround is Lucas Road. So that's where we do our calculations from Lucas to that property.
Which is?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Kelly?
Right there.
Lucas Road. So from here to here, can you tell me what that measurement is? Kelly?
2,700 feet.
Maybe. I believe it is close to about 2,500 feet,
Yeah,
linear
I think
feet.
the last meeting they said 27.
Yeah.
So from here, chief, to here, you need turnaround?
But, so, with that, there's properties in between there. So we can't take that whole way, because otherwise those properties also would be non-compliance to the standard, because there's turnarounds not within that lot.
I believe the Ronnies do
make
have a
sure we're-
turnaround on their property.
Yeah, they do have a.
Okay, just want to make
For
sure.
their properties, they do have a turnaround, but I can't look at that because that's not, there's no right of way, there's nothing, deeded to the town for that. They have a turnaround.
And that absolutely makes sense. If it's
For
on their
their
own
lots.
property, that's it. I thought there were multiple lots.
Right.
in there.
Just so you're aware, Assistant Chief Heinrich, I had a discussion with him about this today. Like I said, my job's to relay the codes. What you guys decide is totally up to you. Just Assistant Chief Heinrich is okay with the 20-foot wide road and a turnaround on the applicant's property. So that is his decision. Like I said, my job's to interpret the code, not make decisions.
That's my point at this point.
Okay. All right, so I have a few questions.
Please. That's what we're here
So you guys, you own this property already?
I'm-
You bought it?
I'm under contract.
Okay, so you don't own it yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So you're thinking about buying this?
I'm gonna buy it.
You're gonna buy it, no matter what?
Well, does that matter?
I'm just asking, that's what
Is
you
it
said.
relevant?
It is, kinda.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we ask that?
Can you tell me, like, I'm a little confused because I keep hearing road and driveway, and I'm trying to understand it. I'm sorry, I'm just not there yet. So that red, can you see this?
Yeah.
All right, so that red line, that red line, is that like your driveway? What is that red line?
That red line, the square is the lot.
That's the lot.
And
so
then
where
that
would
yellow
the
line that
driveway?
that yellow line that goes to it is the Class 6 road that dumps right into our lot.
Okay, so it goes through the little bit on the bottom of your lot, correct? I just want to understand. I'm not trying to be mean or anything.
yeah,
I'm
that's-
just trying to wrap my head around the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, on this map, guesstimating if you were to buy this property and build this house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereabouts on this property would you be building the house, and like where would the road be? I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, it could
how
be a
much of
couple
the-
hundred feet back, no different than any other driveway in Londonderry. I mean, I can't tell because we haven't surveyed the lot and put a septic on it. I mean, we got to figure out where the perk tests are and where the best place is for the lot. But let's just say 100 feet, it could be 100 feet back.
100 feet back.
Could be 50. I don't know.
So my point is trying to figure this whole thing with the Turner and the. So my point is are you thinking in your mind if you do something like whereabouts on this red line on the bottom that's on the Jacks Bridge Road, right?
Yeah.
Would the driveway would it be going at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end?
I mean, that's a good question.
A
I would like to say
guesstimation.
it's going to go at the beginning because by the time
Yeah, no,
we
no.
get there,
I
you're going to want to
understand.
hurry up and get to the house. So
Okay, and then. Excuse me?
No, I think he actually drew a hammerhead to show you.
Well, I didn't
potentially.
see it, so
Well,
I don't
Last
know.
time I think we presented it to you.
Okay, so, so basically though, past your driveway on that little corner,
Right.
that whole road's pretty much going to be eliminated, or is that road still going to exist?
Well, there'll be a path there. I mean, I'm not.
No, but I'm saying
not gonna
because
upgrade all the way
this
across the
this
front
piece
of
of
it
property is
unnecessarily.
already owned by somebody, right? That cuts over here.
I can't see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Maggie owns all of that around it.
This thing here,
That's
right?
Maggie.
So that
yeah.
really can't. Right, so it can't go any further than the end of.
No, it drops off.
I'm
It's in a
just trying
brook.
to understand, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, and then these are also owned by you? Yes. Okay, so you're just going to go in here, put this one, and so is it possible to move that red line a little bit up? I mean, how much acreage are we talking that you would lose if that red line wasn't on top of the what do you call it?
Right away?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
On top of it, would you be losing a lot of property that, like, we could just put that red line there? Because I think that's part of the issue.
But I'm not following what you're asking.
So the part of the issue to me is that you're putting this driveway on top of, kind of, the Class 6 road. And my point is to alleviate a lot of this confusion for people like me who aren't in your business, looking at it, if you could separate the two. So this is the road, right?
You want to see a right-of-way continue all the way through the front of that lot, not just end at the lot?
Well, I mean, isn't that, I mean, you don't have to do the road to that, just up to the driveway, but I think you know what I'm saying in the blue shirt. I don't know. I'm sorry. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm older than you, so I can't see that plan at all.
I don't know that for sure.
My eyes are bad, but let me just say, when we do our survey, we design the road, we design the septic. It is my impression that we'll do a turnaround that the fire department likes, and then we'll grant an easement to the town. So in essence, that red line goes up, and the town will have full access to as much room as they need there.
That's part of a confusion, because
Right.
do you apply the rules for a driveway that's being placed on, at least for me, okay? Applies the rules for a driveway on top of, so which one takes priority? The Class 6 road or the driveway? Which rule? Can you explain it?
We're not giving up our right-of-way. No. So they're going to build it, presumably at some point they'll apply for a driveway permit and they'll get a driveway that goes off of that onto their property. We're not giving up our right-of-way. They're not asking us to do that. So our right-of-way will continue as it always has for however many years it's been there.
But
and
their
they'll have a
property is on it, Sean. That's why I'm
I understand.
confused.
Yeah, the right-of-way goes, it abuts their property, it goes through there, but we are not giving up our right-of-way. In fact, they're going to expand it because they're going to give us a hammerhead. So that's going to extend what that right-of-way presently exists as to be a little bit larger. So I can't see that either because I'm just as old as he is. It doesn't matter. But the right-of-way where the road is going to stay the same. We're going to continue to own it. We are not giving it up.
So I should ignore, for all purposes of the conversation, the red line that's going through the right-of-way.
I have the same issue you have because I hear this driveway permit. We are not issuing a driveway permit.
Well, it's very difficult because you're seeing the red line
I agree with
on
you.
the yellow line.
I agree with you. My point is we are not issuing a driveway permit. We're allowing them to build on a Class 6 road. At some point, they'll have to apply for a driveway permit to go off of our Class 6 road. But I agree with you. The way that came out earlier, it sounded as if somehow they're going to get a driveway permit over our road, and that is not going to be the case.
So we had also discussed at the last meeting that we would go along with the planning board comments, along with the agreement of the width of the 20 feet of the road, and as well, there was an amendment made by myself for the actual driveway off of this road to be 20 feet in length for the availability of the fire equipment to make it up the driveway because they need 50 feet to be able to get to the door of the home with their hoses. And with the driveway requirements as they are right now, they would not be able to get up there safely. So going after our history of what we had discussed at the last meeting, I feel like we're just rehashing a lot of the things that we just said when there was a motion on the table that we had agreed upon, an amendment, and then things were just tabled to this meeting. So I feel like we're just rehashing and talking about it again. I'm just trying to get the meeting to move along when we're really just going in circles.
My only thing, Ted, my only thing is when they keep talking driveway, okay?
Well, our town manager just confirmed this is not a driveway.
Okay, this is not a driveway, this is the road we're talking about,
Yes.
20 feet.
Yes.
Roadway, not driveway.
Anything else from the council?
Nope.
All right, I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing. Moved by Sean.
Second.
Second by Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Can
absolutely.
I approach the bench?
Absolutely.
and just give you guys...
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that is a better map. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a spare one with that? Thank you, sir.
Please. We'll share.
Just name and address for the record.
Margarita Varani, 74 Page Road. Giovanni Varani, 73.
3 Page Road.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify a few points. I'm not against this individual building a home on that lot. But I think it needs to be built based on the planning board and the fire department's recommendations. I'm also not in favor of a 15-foot driveway, which is what everybody keeps talking about. I think if it's a road, a 20-foot road, it should be built to town road specifications, not town driveway specifications. And I don't agree with Kelly when she keeps saying that if this gets done, that we have to come in separately for every one of our lots, because we have 3 lots before this house. So when he says nobody's going to use this road other than his house, he's wrong. Because if he builds on this lot, there are 3 other lots that can also get building permits on it, and they'll be accessing it by not a driveway, by a road. So I don't understand how you can put a driveway on a town right-of-way. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's what I was trying to wrap my head around.
And once you give him a permit, and if it's a driveway, you set a precedent. So in my opinion, everybody should be able to work off of that driveway as well. So I have no issues with this as long as it's a town road to town standards.
Like you had to do.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and Giovanni speaking. Awesome. Look at that. This is great. So when Bob says that there's no other lots, so this one you can pull a building permit on, this one, and this one. And my concern is that I've heard that you have to go through the same process. But if you got 3 lots right across this, right next to the one you just did, didn't you just also create a precedent? So how are you going to say, oh, you know what, you can't do it, but he can do it? How can you do that? I want to point out a few things. One is that Jerry sat down. So one is that Brian can confirm this, but when they were at the planning board, the recommendation from the fire department was that the cul-de-sacs was 1,200 feet from Lucas and Page. You drew a straight line to this lot. It goes like this. It's 2,600 feet by using the town GIS map. There's another picture over here, and that was from when?
This was in 1979 when we built our house. And I had to prove to the town
Can you hold that up? I can't see because of
that
this thing.
Page Road,
You have it in your package, too.
ends
It's the
here.
second one.
And this was a town tax map in 1979. Things get changed as the world goes along. But I had to have 150 feet frontage. My house is here. I had 150 feet frontage. This ended at my mother's house. So Page Road ended at our little barn. So from here on, it's Jack Bridge Road. And this is based on town. We went to court. The town said, yeah, you're right. This is our map. This is the way it is. So this is really where Jack Bridge Road starts. So if anybody has any questions about where Jack Bridge Road starts, it starts at the corner of our little barn.
And I'll follow up on that, too, that, the recommendation from the fire department was from Page and Lucas all the way out to the lot. The recommendation from the planning board, I was there, Sean, you were there that night, was to do it where, and this is what came across to you folks, hopefully, is to go from the little barn where Jack's Bridge Road starts. Okay? That is not the 900 feet. That section right there to this lot is 1,700 feet. And again, the fire department's recommending 1,200 linear feet. One of the other recommendations, so their recommendation that the planning board recommended to the town council was road widths of 24 feet, turnarounds every 1,200 feet, hard, all-weather surface capable of supporting a fire truck of 75,000 pounds or more, and maximum slope of 6%. They're asking for a waiver to that, I guess, if you're voting on this tonight. A road survey, that came across, do you remember, Sean? A road survey was going to be performed. And I want to point something out, too. Do you see how this road goes straight?
You're right.
And then
On here, there's a whoop-de-doo. That whoop-de-doo is what goes to my barn. That's my barn driveway. So this isn't necessarily where Jack Bridge Road is.
right. So that survey was done by Haynard Swanson when they were building Harvey Industries. And what they did for the purpose of this was map the existing, road at the time. So they went right down people's driveways here, and they said this is where, that this is the contour of what's out there. So it's not necessarily where Jack's Bridge Road is. And you see old historical maps here that show that it's a straight road. Where that right there shows they want to start building out here. Okay? Over here, right here at this property line, is where the planning board recommended. Right here is where the fire department's recommending. So, one of the other requirements, any questions on that?
Just a slight clarification. So you had mentioned that Jack's Bridge Road goes to the barn, and it actually looks like it goes to the corner of number 77 Page Road, or
Right.
technically at 37,
Right.
not at the barn.
Right.
Well, it's at the little barn in 77.
Okay, it's kind of hard to see from an aerial map, that's all.
No, actually, you're right. It goes to that property line right there.
Right, not the much larger barn.
Right.
Thank you.
There was a big concern with the road survey, which I think I've proved that out there. Improvements need to be all done within the right-of-way. They don't have room for 24 feet in the right-of-way, according to the applicant. I'm wondering how they're actually going to perform all their construction and stay in the right-of-way. A requirement, according to the approval that was recommended forward by the planning board, was that all easements required for improvements extend beyond the existing right-of-way, need to be on, they need to work out some sort of agreement. Stormwater management, dredge and fills, and they also, the fire department passed forward another requirement, which was residential sprinkler system. Brian Johnson, when I was talking to him after the last meeting, said that they cannot. So Sean, I think you said something earlier. You said, "Hey, but these properties are out here and they don't have 1,200 feet." I mean, yeah. So two things. One is we have many access roads out there, but the other thing is that's not 1,200 feet from Page and Lucas.
Oh, okay.
So that's an important part. I mean, we're now considering something that's 2,700 feet from Page and Lucas.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. And again, if you look up the legal definition of a driveway, driveway is something over a private person's, landowner's private land that accesses a road, right away. And I don't know, unless you have any other questions.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Come on up, Tony. Oh, yeah. Are we Marge?
Marge Bedoy, Conservation Commission. Should this get passed, it's worth noting that this parcel is very close to a conservation parcel to the southwest, and on that conservation parcel is a rare endangered fairy shrimp population in the wetlands. So we're asking maybe some special considerations for whatever is constructed on this lot, perhaps to require the proposed survey of the right-of-way to include the wetlands on that conservation property that would be within 100 feet of any kind of construction that's occurring on that lot, and then to hold the building permits applied for on this lot to the same standards required by the site plan with respect to buffers, wetlands, and otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a procedural question? Because I think that's important information about the shrimp. This never came up to us at the planning board, and I don't know procedurally where that got missed, so we didn't.
Because this never came before the Conservation
Gotcha.
Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, I have a quick question for the Conservation Commission Chair. Did I hear correctly, 100 feet from the building lot or from where it's being built?
I'm not sure what.
I'm sorry.
You were saying within 100 feet of the property line or where the property structure will be built?
Any kind of construction.
So
either
I'm
driveway,
seeing
roadway.
on the GIS map that the edge of this property line is 417 feet from the conservation easement. So that's definitely far enough away from wherever something would be built.
Just
To
asking
not be
for it to
impeding
be,
upon the conservation
if
easement.
the wetlands are within 100 feet of anything, just to make that known.
Right, but they are not. They're over 400 feet or more.
Okay.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire, alternate member of the Planning Board. I think one of the things that needs to be said that hasn't been said is that this is not a one-step process. The applicant's going to need to come back to Planning Board, staff, whatever, to build the house, right? So this is step 1 in a multi-phase. The applicant has said they'll go 20 feet. That's a little bit of a home run compared to where we started. I will tell you that I live on a double cul-de-sac. It's a double cul-de-sac because so many houses were built, a cul-de-sac was put in, one egress, cul-de-sac, 1,200 feet. Second cul-de-sac, they broke through the cul-de-sac, went another 1,200 feet. But because now you're over 1,200 feet, one egress, the developer at the time was made to put in a cistern. A cistern is a massive septic tank, for lack of a better description, that holds water, that has fire apparatus pipes coming out of it so the pumpers can hook onto it in case of a fire anywhere along that 2,400 feet or whatever it is. Okay? So just a little perspective on regulations. I'm very hung up on the ask to go more than 6%. And I will, on the grade, for the safety of our personnel and for the to try and save the taxpayers' money on our million-dollar, multi-million-dollar apparatus, not to mention the human factor. I did not look up any other towns, but it's hard for me to believe that other towns will deviate from the 6% on a dirt, gravel, ice, snow road. I don't know it to be fact, but I would urge you to stay at 6%. That was the planning board's recommendation, and I would urge you to stay there for the protection of our personnel and the equipment. This is going to be gravel, ice, dirt, mud season, whatever. we have really heavy equipment that's top heavy. So where does Lucas Road start? Where does this roadway start? Where does it end? Where I come from, Londonderry, New Hampshire, your driveway starts at your lot line. That's where your driveway starts. And you have to get a driveway permit to make sure that water doesn't spill out onto the roadway, which is the town's right-of-way. So what they're going to build up to their lot line, where I come from, is called a road. Road standards, 20 feet's not perfect, but I think it's a good compromise. You had measured 18, 19 feet, whatever it was, which is for with the outriggers out. With the outriggers out, that's less than 20, more than 12. So that's where I'm at. But my big thing would be on the grade of the road at 6%. I think you should stay there. I think it's critical. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Tony. Right?
Giovanni Verani, 73 Page Road. Another thing, question, I guess, when I was thinking through this, is this 20 feet? And maybe you can direct us to the applicant. Is this 20 feet that's all hard weather surface, not including, your swales on either side? Because then all of a sudden you have 2 feet of swales on the other side. Now it becomes 16 feet. See the hang up here? Because the reason why that there's 24 feet said that you have to have 2 feet of drainage on either side. And John Chartier is going to recommend that too, because you can't impact or create more impervious. You can't have your runoff coming off of impervious soils onto the neighbor's property. So that's a question I'd like you to ask.
Okay. Anybody else for public comment?
Just one comment. I'm John Weigler, 74 Page Road. There's a lot of trucks, tractor trailers that still keep coming up that way. And the other day I was up there and I was on my way out Page Road, and this big, huge tractor trailer was coming down the road, and I'm going, where's he going? So I stopped him, and he says, oh, I'm headed to 93. And I says, well, good luck, but you're not going to make it because that road doesn't go through. So I think the town has a lot of GIS problems up there, and I have constantly tractor trailers. I'm out in the middle of the night trying to get them to back out because they come up to my horse barn, and that's the only place where you can turn around a big tractor trailer. And well, I get them out, but the other day this guy was going to go right through, and if this road does get increased in width from my barn right there, that they're going to drive down it. And so when they get down to the bottom of it, they're going to have a heck of a time trying to get out. So I just want to make sure that, that's part of the deal, is that that's going to happen. You're not going to keep the truckers from going in there because their GPS is telling them that way. And then also, Harvey Industries is on Jacksbridge Road. So they end up going down there to try to get the Harvey Industries. So it's what it happens. And then also, like I said, I own 3 parcels of land, and so I agree that I have to come and maybe apply for a permit, but I don't want to have to redo the road because these guys won't have access. If I have to upgrade the road on and they already have a house built down there, then I'm going to preclude them from being able to access the house. So I want to make sure that this road is sufficient enough to service my lots as well. Otherwise, I'm not in favor of it. Let's put it like that.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? How are you, sir?
Good. How are you? John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. I had to drive somebody home, so I apologize for coming into this part of the way. Yeah, I was on the planning board for 11 years, and I don't know why you guys just don't send this back to the planning board.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? I'll accept the motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Bring it back to us. What do we want to do?
I would say we keep all the conditions of the planning board, the 20-foot road, and what Ted had proposed about, we have the turnaround and what Ted had proposed about the driveway.
Yes, the actual driveway from the road point at the hammerhead to be 20 feet wide all the way to the home.
But definitely don't, the grade has to stay the same.
Stay 6%.
Yeah, I agree fully with what Tony said.
Sean, on the planning board side, right, they said 20 feet. And what John just said, will that 20 feet include or exclude what he was talking about?
I'd have to look at the conditions.
Because I just kind of want to make sure we're
Yeah.
specific on that if that's the problem.
We had this is why I don't want to deviate too far from what the planning board said. We had well vetted all of this stuff, and so I'm not recalling where we landed on that, but we've gone through this through several meetings, and I feel like we have a very good plan that we all agreed to. It's just, I don't want to make too many deviations from it.
Well, I'm not trying to make a deviation. I'm trying to be cautious here.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, when you get, you say, and again, with 20 feet.
We can have the...
What you're asking, it's going to be 20 feet. I mean, the reason we wanted 15 originally is to make sure that everything fit in it. And, they want 20. 15 would have accommodated the slopes, but, everybody has 20 in their head. And so we agreed to 20. So now we're going to have to work within 20 feet. And I don't know, the right-of-way is going to be about 30 feet. So we have plenty of room to put a couple swales in and to move the water around. It's not going to be an issue. And we have to deal with John Trottier on the whole
9
thing.
feet of snow, right?
No,
You're
and I
plowing
understand.
and
I'm just saying
the road's getting smaller and smaller.
We didn't originally talk about the 20 feet. That's why it's a changed thing.
So when there's any motion made by the council, you'll be talking about a 20-foot travel way in your motion, presumably.
Yes.
To make that quite clear.
Yeah.
The planning board recommended 24 feet.
Recommend 24?
Yes.
No, that was the original. Then you had said you would be okay with 20 feet and a turnaround. And so that's where I said those are the only deviations from, besides
And
Ted.
Ted made the
Ted's. So
And the last
we'd add
meeting,
3
you-
deviations to what the planning board was, because that fits with what fire would accept, which is where we were. So that, to keep this as simple as possible and to address everything that we've addressed up here.
And I have one also amendment that John Wiegler had made a good point upon is how do we, Mr. Town Manager and Assistant Town Manager, rename this part of the road to become Page Road so it's consistent with the other property so that we do not have tractor trailers getting stuck up that road?
There's a whole provision
Can we
in
make
RSA
that
sorry.
part of this motion, or is that something separate we need to do?
There's a public hearing process on RSA 231. It talks about how to rename streets and how to number streets and all that. It's a different
You have
process.
to put it on
And I think that would be proper for this property once we go through this process.
Agreed.
And so what the planning board came up with, I just want to, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Clarification.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, and Brian's still here, right? Yeah, he's there. That what the planning board said is what the fire department actually said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Can you read it back, what the planning board said?
I don't have it in front of me.
It's public hearing.
Because I think it talks about the surveying and where it started and the whole 9 yards.
I just want to make sure it's accurate and detailed, that's all.
These are all your conditions. It's in your packets. It's on the website as well.
Oh, here it is.
That's 24, 12 and 12.
Additionally, in the waiver, it references 20 feet in the waiver of liability.
Here it says 12 and 12, that's 24.
That's the fire department recommendation.
And that's what Varani's Road is, right? 22?
Sean, it does say 24.
Like where the other people live?
It does, which is why I said.
They were
we take the
required to
planning
do
board's
improvements to, I believe, 20,
feet. Right.
to the same standards, yes.
I couldn't hear you.
The driveway
I'm sorry.
as requested by.
Until he's done.
So we incorporate everything that we've asked for up here, but don't deviate from anything else. That would be the only deviation.
Okay, but the 1,200 feet, are we talking from Lucas Road, or are we talking?
So from the beginning of the road, right, to where these
My
guys are will be
understanding.
exactly the
Talk to the-
same, correct?
Well, okay, regardless of where it is, what would you like?
I'd like it to start from Lucas Road to consider the 1,200 feet.
Okay, so we have, okay, because I don't particularly care as long as fire approves of it. I just want to get this settled out between, I'm trying to gather a summation of what everyone's talking about.
And so the road is now consistent. If they do the 22 from what the beginning of the road is to where this new driveway will be, it will all be the same size road with the same 12 feet or whatever. Everything will be exactly the same, right?
20. You talking 12 or 20?
We were talking 20-foot road, which is originally where
Right,
we
but every
started, and I
12
got
feet, they
that
got
from
a
you.
turn, 1,200 feet, they got a inlet thingy, right? I'm just saying it's exactly the same. I'm just trying to be consistent.
Yep.
From point A to point B will be exactly the same. We're not treating anybody differently in any other way. It's just following what is there, correct? Okay.
Okay, are we good with that? Are you good with that, Ted?
I think you've all concluded to what I have said.
Okay. Just trying to
Just
gather
took us a
everyone.
while to get there, Tim.
Okay. So I would like to make an motion with, we take the planning board's recommendations on this with the exception of we have a 20-foot road. What will be the verbiage to incorporate?
Travelway, 20-foot travelway.
20-foot travelway.
Travelway.
Thank you. To incorporate the turnaround and then,
Starting from
20
Lucas
feet
Road.
for the driveway.
20 feet for the driveway.
You're talking,
Yep.
like 1,200 start from Lucas Road.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion by Sean. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dan. Any further discussion? All
Just
those in favor
one
say aye.
thing, if I may.
Oh, yeah.
So driveway permit is a separate process, and you're now incorporating that and
Oh,
building in a Class
yes.
6 road. So I
That's
would
going
just,
to come up before the,
I would urge caution in telling them they have to have a 20-foot driveway. That's a separate process they have to go through later on.
Take that out.
but it is
Do
going to
that.
come up later, so we can
has to
incorporate
come
that
up
when
later.
it comes up in the planning board again. This will come back.
I don't, this isn't going back to the planning board.
No, it's a driveway permit.
Oh, it's a driver permit.
So it's a different process. So I
Gotcha.
just urging caution when you add conditions in for a separate process without them applying for that and going through that piece. I think they've heard what you've said and what you would like to see. I would just be cautious about adding two different
Incorporating it
processes.
into the actual.
I will make an amendment to remove the section of the 20-foot driveway from where it meets the road.
I'll second that.
I will
Motion by-
highly recommend for the planning board to please incorporate that.
Just to be clear, this is not going back to the planning board.
Right.
No, I meant for when they do the actual house, right?
Well, the site plan and all that,
Site
that's a
plan,
different
yes.
process, but a driveway permit is an administrative process
Yes,
that we.
of
okay.
course.
So we understand.
I have a motion by Ted, a second by Sean.
All right.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
It's now the motion as amended.
As, okay, we'll start.
Yes. Now we take a vote on the motion as amended.
The motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you. Next up, discussion making amendments to Londonderry zoning ordinances. Ms. Kemp.
All set?
You all set? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first on our list this evening for the zoning amendments is relating to the inclusionary housing ordinance. That is also known as our workforce housing ordinance. At our last meeting, I gave a brief overview, so I will just make a couple of notes as a reminder. So the procedural process that we went through was the planning board reviewed this information, these amendments, and they've had several work sessions, and then they had a hearing on this. They have recommended this unanimously to the town council to act upon this evening. The amendments specific to the inclusionary housing ordinance are to remove references to live-work units in small workforce housing developments. Again, the reason for that is because we have not seen any of those developments that I can find on record or that I've seen in my time here. Additionally, we would be revising where workforce housing is permitted, and that revision is to permit multifamily workforce housing in the same way that we permit standard multifamily workforce housing or multifamily housing. So essentially that means just removing multifamily workforce housing as permitted by right in our AR1 zoning district, that is our residential zoning district, and keeping it permitted within the commercial zoning districts as well as our PUD, within the PUD ordinance where PUDs are allowed. So again, that's to be consistent with where we already allow multifamily dwellings. So those were the primary amendments, and I understand this is a public hearing, so I'm happy to take any questions now or after the public.
Any questions from the council?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Deb.
Okay. When we say live-work units, to me, means mixed use, or am I wrong?
They're going away.
I'll pull up the definition for you.
I'm confused. What's going away? Live-work?
Yeah.
So we don't want any more mixed use?
It's not mixed
No,
use.
so
Not mixed
it's
use.
specifically called out in the inclusionary housing section of the ordinance. And so it's essentially a residential a single unit consisting of both a workspace for occupations like commerce, professional services, similar, along with a residential component that is occupied by the entrepreneur. So this is specifically referenced in the inclusionary housing section of the zoning ordinance. It's not anywhere else. And so we're removing it from this particular part of our zoning ordinance. So mixed use is a separate zoning district, and so the permitted uses within that zoning district remain, they're unchanged. It's just removing the live-work unit reference from our inclusionary housing section.
So live-work units are smaller than mixed use, is what you're telling me.
Correct. It's a smaller scale.
A smaller scale. And then we're getting rid of the smaller workforce housing developments, and we're only kind of encouraging big ones. Correct? So I struggle with that.
We're not encouraging anything.
If you're taking these out, you're not leaving that in the toolbox.
Oh, wait. Let me know when you want me to respond, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Yeah, so we're just removing the small workforce housing developments, which again are the smaller scale workforce housing developments. Those are right now permitted strictly within our AR1 residential zone, so our most restrictive zoning district, which is focused on single-family dwellings and agricultural uses. Small workforce housing developments, by definition, again, are the smaller scale workforce housing, so they need to meet that workforce housing standard. It's 4 units or less is the definition. So again, only permitted in our single-family residential focus zone. So while it's not multifamily housing, it's still a more significant density than what we typically see in our AR1 zoning district.
This is from the single-family zoning.
Right, but so I guess my question is, I would like to see that still somewhere else. So if somebody, say, wanted to take advantage of that in an area, that was an AR1 that wanted to put in a nice little, like they're putting in Derry there on near Ford Way in that old, they're using the old building. They got like small, it's very small, but it's kind of like live work. There's smaller uses, not as high density. We're not allowing them to do that anywhere else.
So it just depends on if you would like to encourage more workforce housing in town, period.
So, workforce housing is a weird word.
Well, this is by statute definition.
But to me, the smaller is less.
Workforce housing is by statute definition, so more or less it equals, for lack of a better way of doing it, it's something that's more subsidized housing. We do have a significant amount of that built in Londonderry. We do, by state statute, have to have some in town.
I understand all of that, but when we're talking about developments, not all developments have to be large, and we could encourage maybe some of these live work and smaller workforce housings in the other types of the C3 or the C2 or the whatever mixed into there, as opposed to AR1. I mean, I don't.
For me, I would not want to encourage any more workforce housing in town.
But I just struggle with that word, just because you're saying workforce housing.
I'm saying it because there's a statutory definition.
There's a statutory thing attached.
But I don't want to encourage it.
Okay, to the workforce housing. So what if you said you still encourage live work on a small scale, and you still encourage small-scaled housing developments, as opposed to ginormous ones?
So that, if I, could
I don't know. I just don't
something.
understand.
So we're specifically talking about small workforce housing developments. That is what we have regulation for. That is a proposed amendment to remove that in its entirety. If you're talking about small housing developments, that's an entirely different zoning ordinance and amendment discussion. That would be a new provision in our zoning ordinance. We currently don't have language regarding small housing developments that are not workforce in this context.
So workforce has to have like so much percentage going by the HUD calculation thingy,
So
right?
This is taking it out of AR1, which is single-family zoning, to keep those developments out of where the single-family zoning is and put them in a place where they more appropriately belong.
I'm fine as long as we're trying to push a little bit smaller, because that becomes more affordable.
Not to put that in the single-family, too, as well.
Right. No, I encourage that, since
Keep the look and feel of
I'm all for that. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to be cautious as to what we're actually saying. as
Mr.
people
Chair.
would interpret it.
May I ask a question of Kelly?
Absolutely. Of course.
Kelly, has anyone ever applied in their zoning and applications of a building permit under this designation before?
The small workforce housing?
Yes.
Not that I could find.
So really, there's been no use for this, and seems like no future use for this item, so it makes sense for the revision to remove this.
It's cleaning up
Yes.
the regulations, more or less.
I don't know. Every time I talk to you guys, you say you want to leave everything in the tool belt. Then when I question,
This
it's
is
like,
a
no,
very
we don't want it
specific
in the.
thing that I think.
I get it. I guess okay.
Any other questions in the council? I'll accept the motion on the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Any from the public want to comment? Okay, I see none. I will accept the motion to close the public hearing. Oh, sorry, John.
Sorry, I was just asking permission.
Oh, sir?
Hey, so I think this legislation, the legislation that prompted the town to write this ordinance is about 17 or 18 years old. I do remember, because I don't have Alzheimer's yet, that it was quite controversial at the time. Happy to see that it's getting rewritten. It would be nice if we could encourage the legislature to do a much better job with this type of legislation, because it leaves in a gray area that is never defined. And so they send a mandate down with a gray area that's never defined. So maybe after you do this, maybe the town could encourage some sort of legislation to clean it up so it could be even better. Thank you.
I've had discussions last week on that very thing, so I believe that should be something coming forward.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Ted,
Second.
second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes the affirmative. Bring it back to the council.
Make a motion to approve it.
All right. I
There's
have a
a-
motion from Dan.
There's a specific motion
Yes.
actually in here to read.
Do you want to read that, Dan? It's right here.
Oh, I think all this.
No, just
No. Just the proposed motion part.
Okay. Move that the Londonderry Council adopt ordinance 2025-05, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to inclusionary housing.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Next up, we have the removal of Route 28 Performance Overlay District. Ms. Karen. Let the record show that Dan is recusing himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this proposed amendment is to remove the Route 28 Performance Overlay District in its entirety. And as a reminder, this ordinance was initially adopted in 2002, and the intent at that time was to try to discourage some larger scale developments from coming in. Again, at that time, you had I-93 expanding. And so we were anticipating and seeing the potential for some big box stores, things of that nature to come in. And again, at that time, the 1997 master plan provided that it didn't want to see such things happen, particularly on this Exit 5 corridor where the Route 28 overlay district is. So that was over 20 years ago at this point. The intention of these overlay districts in general are to be temporary. And so we are well past the appropriate time to look at revising and or removing this in its entirety. And from what our discussions at the planning board and from what I've heard generally from the public is that they want to see this Exit 5 corridor redeveloped, revamped. And I think that it's long overdue for that. So the 28 overlay district does impose things like additional landscaping, buffers, and setback requirements, which create challenges for redeveloping the few properties that are left that have that potential for redevelopment. And so staff and the planning board feel it's appropriate to remove the overlay district to hopefully allow for some of that redevelopment in the revamping of this corridor. So I'm happy to take any questions now or after public comment.
Any questions from the council?
I'm just going to go what I said last
Okay.
week, and that is, I'm for this, but I really think that the town needs to be talking to DOT in sequence with it to make sure that they're going to address the traffic issues that are there that are intense and see what's available. So while we're getting rid of this, we're aware of what the capacity could be on that road, what they could enhance, so that someone doesn't do a whole redesign and then realize what they want to do they won't be able to do because of traffic issues, or the road's going to get widened or turned, or there's going to be a whatever. I just really think that needs to be done at the same time, and this is just trying to be proactive as opposed to reactive. If you're thinking about growth and revamping, then it should be a complete picture, not just a piece of the picture. But that's my own 2 cents on it.
I want to put an added comment on that if removed, this would actually not allow apartments and condos on this 28 district.
Like I said, I'm for it.
Yeah, people have been clear. They want commercial here. They do not want residential in this area. And I think this is a step that needs to be done to make that happen.
I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Any from the public wish to comment? Sir?
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. Ms. Karen did an excellent job of summarizing what happened in 2002. Target and Kohl's and a supermarket came forward, and this overlay was a complete knee-jerk reaction by the town and by the planning board to just simply copy the 102 overlay and put this in place. It should have went away years ago. So thank you for addressing it. And it was total crazy knee-jerk reaction. Everything that went at Hooksett at exit 10 was slated to come here.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Marge Bedoy, 189 Litchfield Road. When I'm reading this and I look at the purpose of the overlay district, it's to minimize adverse traffic, to promote and attract high-quality, diverse businesses, to minimize negative impacts to the environment, to protect the remaining aquifers, to provide appropriate mixed use. Aren't those all things we still want? Perhaps we need to just amend this a bit, because even though we say there's no room there for big box to come in because everything's already been developed, we all know that people buy up and tear down existing and merge lots and then build whatever they want. So how do we still keep those big boxes from coming to exit 5?
Thank you. Tony?
Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire Court. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When my phone was ringing on this one and texts coming in, it was a misunderstanding of the underlying zoning and the conversations that were happening to me and at the post office getting stopped was how can you remove all the zoning? So it's important to reiterate that the underlying zoning stays. All the rules, the regulations, everything, all of that stuff stays. It's an overlay district which overlaid the existing zoning. Now the overlay is being taken away and the existing zoning stays. So a builder can't just come in all willy-nilly and do whatever they want because we removed the overlay district. All that can happen is they need to follow the rules of the underlying zoning. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? How are you?
Good evening.
Good.
Good evening. Thank you. Cheryl Wade. I'm actually at 57 Noyes Road, but I kind of have the double whammy with this performance overlay district. My home on 30 acres actually abuts commercial on one side where the overlay district is. I am on the overlay district where I own a commercial building on the opposite side next to S&S Metals. So my concerns here are, I apologize, I can't look at you and wear my glasses at the same time. My concerns are when I put the building back together again 15 or 20 years ago, I was getting so much resistance from the town down to the shutter color and down to what shrubs I was going to put out there. So I built a brick front building, Class A office space, and just so you guys know, there isn't a lot of road there because where my sign ends is almost where the right-of-way for the state is. So cautionary measure is there's not a lot of room there to allow for traffic. And just in the past week, I only brought one of these. There's been almost 3 tractor-trailer rear ends of other cars because they are going so fast they cannot stop fast enough because cars are turning into the arterial roads. If we remove what you've put in place, I'm afraid it may create even more things. And Marge is right. It doesn't mean you can't merge lots to put big box in there. There's several acres of land there that you can still squeeze big box lots, big box store in. And you can also, and also what's happening is you're trying to squeeze things in like that apartment building. It doesn't meet with the way that our town, the fabric of our town. We need to go back to grassroots and start spending time on looking at what our town is. It's the beautiful buildings we build. It's what we're made of. We can't be going, and doing knee-jerk reactions anymore. We have to start planning and making sure that we put buildings that have substance and are lasting, they don't get torn down and another 6 unit gets put up someplace. So my fears as being a neighbor on both sides are the guide was made for protecting nearby neighborhoods. That was a guide for us to preserve the natural resources and the waters as the wells that maintain our water where we don't have, town water coming in. It's the very essence of what makes Londonderry unique. It's making buildings that are aesthetically pleasing, making sure that we have proper road frontage and road usage, and we don't there. This area cannot take much more impact. And I know that for a fact because I see it 6 days a week out of my office window. I caution you to not take this off until there's more research done, honestly. And I've been a neighbor there for 18 years now. And there's a lot of damage that can be done if we don't look closer into this. Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Sean.
Second.
Second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed? To close the public hearing?
Oh, closing, no. I thought you were
Okay.
talking, I'm
Yeah.
already in sleep
All right,
mode.
Got you.
I get up at 4 in the morning, so.
So I
You
will
good?
say, just
So,
okay.
I just want to finish the vote. So,
Sorry.
all
Okay,
those in
yes,
favor
close
say
public
aye.
hearing.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Okay.
Back to the council for discussion.
I will just say, in all honesty, big box stores aren't really being built anymore. Stores don't want to spend the real estate. It's not worth it. They're closing them down. They don't know what to do with them. What is being built is apartment buildings. And if we don't remove this, that's what's going to go along that road. If we want to talk about traffic impact, that's not just during business hours, that's during day and night. And so people in that area of town, instead of driving through our cowpath roads to 102, to get to all their things, can have some things up there. So we actually lessen the burden on the roads in the middle of town and have it on highways that can handle it better. So I think as much as, we're worried about some of these things, we have a whole bunch of fallout consequences from not doing this. It's a very old ordinance that is much outlived where the town is today.
I would like to say what Sean said is right, but I also think what the two ladies mentioned is correct too. And I'd like to see us do it the right way. If it means creating a whole new kind of overlay or different, look at what is zoned there and take it piece by piece. Now, can you do that by removing the overlay to stop apartments from coming in? Yes. So for me, this yes, for me, would come with some restrictions in the sense of, we should take a look at what's there. Do you really want to get rid of all the setbacks and all of the landscaping and all of that? Or do you just, you don't care?
So when we took a look at this on the planning board, we took a look at the setbacks, we took a look at the underlying zoning, and to sum it up, it's, okay, we don't change this. We're going to get apartment building applications. It's the only thing people can do with that property.
I understand. We're on the
thing.
same page with that, Sean. I'm just saying, moving forward, I would like to see it go to a second stage. In other words,
I
not
see what
just
you're saying.
remove
I see what
it,
you're saying.
but say we're going to work on a new, just to make sure that everything's being addressed. And I'm sure the town manager could maybe address this a little bit better. Do you understand what I'm...
Karen wanted to jump
or
in real quick.
I
Kelly
just wanted to
Karen could, whoever.
make sure a couple of things are clear. So the underlying zoning would remain.
Yeah.
Setbacks
Yes.
would still be required per whatever the underlying zoning is for a particular parcel. In terms of an analysis of the area, staff conducted a full analysis of all 41 parcels to evaluate their redevelopment potential. There were about 10 parcels that resulted in being underdeveloped or vacant. One parcel was vacant. It's about 3.5 acres and it has very steep slopes. So it's a very challenging parcel to develop, generally speaking. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear. So we've done a more detailed analysis than just discussions at the boards. That's provided in your packets, but I wanted to make sure that that point was made.
What does undevelopment mean? Undeveloped?
Underutilized
yeah.
or underdeveloped.
What do you...
Meaning...
Or if their full potential, like what is that?
Meaning perhaps they could have put a larger building on the lot, but they chose not to. Underdeveloped. Or it's vacant in its entirety, so it's not developed at all.
So something bigger or something new. Okay. Again, I just think that it needs more. Maybe that has to go to planning.
So I do remember my time on the planning board when this had come up for discussion a couple of years ago. There were more abutters who lived along this road who came before us who were very welcoming to have this be removed, as they couldn't do anything with their property because the setbacks were so constringent that they couldn't physically do any changes to their property at the time, or even sell their property to someone who may want to do something on their land because of the setbacks on the sides of their property were so great that it was extremely limiting for them to be able to do anything. And it basically constrained even a mom and pop kind of business to be able to put something on their property. So, you know, we're not talking about big box stores anymore. Even some of these smaller properties, it made it completely constrained to do anything. Even on a 10,000 square foot building, it was a huge setback that you needed from the property lines.
Well, I mean, Kelly just said that the setbacks and stuff would remain to what the underlying, what the original thing was. It's not like they're going away.
Yeah,
but the setbacks within the Route 28 overlay were even more constringent. That's the big
They're in
deal.
addition to the underlying zoning and required setbacks.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt ordinance 2025-03, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to the removal of the Route 28 Performance Overlay District and all references thereto.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Next up, we have a. Oh, Dan is back. Next up, we have a zoning discussion on the solar ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, again, this is an entirely new section of our zoning ordinance focusing on solar. This new ordinance, initial discussions originated at the Utilities Committee and then was ultimately brought forward to the Planning Board. Some key components are that the ordinance is intended to address both residential and commercial solar. So anything from your ground-mounted solar or rooftop solar that you see in residential areas all the way through to a commercial level or scaled solar farm, as some call it. Additionally, there are provisions in the ordinance that address the means by which you are permitted to do solar. So in some instances, such as residential areas, it's as simple as a building permit. For the larger scale, we have a site plan process, in some instances a conditional use permit process, which are public hearing processes with the planning board in most instances. In addition to that, there's provisions regarding setbacks, height, things of that nature that you would typically see. I'll note that Lynn Wiles, who's our chair of the Utilities Committee and is on our planning board, is present this evening. He did a lot of work with staff on this, should you have any more detailed questions.
Thank you. Bring it back to the council. Any questions?
Pretty straightforward for me.
Are there, I'm trying to look through here again, are there any size restrictions for a total size of a project for a solar project? I'm just trying to look through
For
to
a
see.
commercial?
Yeah.
So I don't believe there's specific, like square footage or anything like that. It would depend on.
Or kilowattage.
I don't believe there's a reference to kilowatts.
Lynn's shaking his head as no. Okay. Just wondering, say, for example, if one of our commercial users in town wanted to cover their whole roof with them, if they would be confined to how many kilowatts. Would you like to have Lynn Wiles come to the microphone to speak,
I'll
Mr.
defer to
Chair?
you.
Lynn is fine. Do you want to come? Absolutely.
So good evening, Lynn Wiles, 46 Bartley Hill Road. I'm the chairman of the Utilities Committee and the secretary of the Planning Board. So, Ted, we don't regulate what can go on a roof. You know, a building is going to be regulated, or it's going to be sized by the size of the building. We're not going to say you can only use half of your roof to put a solar array up.
I guess I will also rephrase. What about just on the ground? Do you have a limitation for panels for on the ground?
So we do not.
Okay.
We do not. It's going to be limited once again by the size of the real estate you have.
Okay.
And it's not, if you have a big piece of real estate, it's probably better used for something else.
Sometimes for some people, yep.
Yep.
I will say this is an area we had no regulation on, and you did a fantastic job really
Yeah,
diving down.
exactly. So we had a couple of conceptual discussions last year, which really pointed out to the fact that we needed to address this. And I think we've done a good job. We went to other communities in the state. We went to the New Hampshire Department of Energy to get recommendations. We went out to industry to make sure that we weren't imposing anything that they saw as being onerous as well. And I think we have a pretty good regulation that we're proposing.
Thank you again for all the work.
I got a question.
That's
on
good,
that.
Dan.
Are there any restrictions for solar panels because of our flight line with the airplanes coming in?
So if it's up near the airport, it has to get FAA approval. Okay. And we do put that in the ordinance, or we did put that in the ordinance. And they're actually pretty lenient on letting developments go into airports.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the council? I'll accept the
I will
motion.
add in, Dan, the airport itself on top of their garage building has a ton of solar panels. So I don't think it's affecting their airplanes for blinding them.
Actually, it originally did.
Yeah.
They were
Really?
like the test case for having to orient their panels in a specific direction. They weren't affecting the airplanes, they were affecting the control tower.
I will accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Any from the public wish to comment on the solar ordinance? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Back at us. What do we want to do?
So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt ordinance 2025-06, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to the new section for solar ordinance.
Motion
Second.
by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, Lynn, for your work. Next up is updating the definition of an abutter. Ms. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's as simple as it sounds. We are updating the definition of a butter, which is referenced in our zoning ordinance. There were some legislative changes to the statutory definition of a butter, I guess 2 legislative sessions ago at this point. In addition to keeping up with those changes, we've also, for the town of Londonderry purposes, expanded the definition to include a 400-foot radius by utilizing our GIS, which automatically generates that radius and associated abutter list. And so we are seeking for the council to move forward with this amendment to the abutter definition.
I'd just like to add we went above and beyond the regulation, so we are actually notifying more people with this.
Correct.
Any questions from the council?
I have one comment. If we can try and get the GIS system to be making it so it automatically goes to 400, it starts at 300.
I will look into that.
Thank you.
I will accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Any from the public wish to comment on the abutter? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
I move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt ordinance 2025-04, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to the definition of abutter.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Next is new business. The acceptance of tax collector's deed on the property located at 10 Beacon Street. Ms. Parsons, thank you for your patience.
Good evening. I'm Allison Parsons, the town tax collector.
We are looking to have you accept the deed for 10 Beacon Street for failure to pay past property taxes. The 2021 lien balance, which is what we are deeding on, was $7,948.66. The total balance currently for the property is $30,048.51. So we're looking for you to accept the tax deed.
Any questions from the council?
No.
I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
There's no public
Oh,
hearing.
the public hearing, okay. Oh, no?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby accepts the tax collector's deed for the property located at 10 Beacon Street, Londonderry, New Hampshire, zip code 03053, effective on July 14th, 2025.
Motion by
Second.
Ted,
Second.
second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Well done.
All right, cool. Excellent. Appreciate that. Next up is discussion and approve the charitable property tax exemption for the Baldwins. Mr. Hamilton.
Good evening. The property which was developed as Baldwin Senior Living at 50 Woodmont Avenue has requested that the property be exempted from taxes on much of the value of the property. For the properties that have been developed and are being utilized by them for their charitable purpose, they have filed a claim that they will qualify for a charitable tax exemption. We've reviewed carefully the application, the supporting documents. We've reviewed detailed financial filings that included their 990 charitable income tax return for the property. They are a registered charity in New Hampshire. They're registered with the Department of Justice Charitable Trust Unit as a charity. The goal of their charity is to provide for care for people throughout the rest of their life, and so they make a commitment to people who enter into their program that they will never have to bill them for an inability to pay. It's not unlike other charitable entities in the state that have a similar charitable purpose and have won court cases against communities when they have sought exemption. And the operation is not dissimilar to a property in Laconia and another one in Epsom, who had taken both of those communities to the Supreme Court to enforce a charitable tax exemption. Importantly, though, there is some property there that remains taxable. They do have excess land that is going to be assessed and taxed regular property taxes. They also have the right to build, I believe it's an additional 64 units. Those are not actively being used or occupied by them for their charitable purpose, so they remain taxable. And there is a $5,120,000 value on those taxable portions of the property. It was not a complete shock that they had applied for a charitable exemption, but it wasn't something that we had forward in our mind. When we received the charitable tax exemption application, we wanted to make sure in assessing that we were taking
every precaution to protect the best interests of the town of Londonderry. And so I met with the then acting town manager and the finance director, and we realized that two things. One, it was somewhat likely that the Baldwin Senior Living would qualify for this exemption. And we also realized that if we did nothing to change the assessed value for the June tax bill, that if they were to seek to enforce that application, or if you decided that they should be granted the exemption, the only way to go back on the June billing would have been to issue an abatement for a substantial amount of money. And so the decision was made to set the value for the June bill at the taxable value that we saw was very likely to be able to be sustained. That could always be reversed if the council determines that they don't deserve the exemption, then they'll just pay a higher tax bill in December. But nothing that was done for the June bill was irreversible for the December bill. But in a way, it protected the interests of the town from having a many hundreds of thousands of dollars of abatement claim after the June billing.
Any questions from the council?
So do you have access to the tax records for us from what Ms. Burbridge had presented to us? It sounds like they're not contributing anything to nonprofit standards or to charitable items.
So
sounds like they're not actually adhering to the actual laws.
Well, no. The actual law is that they must own, use, and occupy for their charitable purpose the property. There's no de minimis. There's no amount of charitable activity that's required in order to get the charitable tax exemption. You have to be a charitable entity. You have to have no pecuniary benefit. You have to meet all of the standards of charity in New Hampshire. Clearly, they do. They're a registered charity.
True, but according to apparently their property in Massachusetts, that yes, they contribute money to charity, but then that money went back to their organization, and it sounds like it went back to paying their executives. So
Counselor,
I have a hard time
tell you.
accepting this item.
Can I,
when we're losing out on
Mr. Chair, may I answer the question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. This property is not in Massachusetts. Massachusetts has an entirely different tax system than New Hampshire does. I don't know anything about the charitable exemptions in Massachusetts.
So do we have any record
I do
of their
know
charitable
about.
exemptions here?
Pardon me?
Do we have any record of their charitable contributions in New Hampshire?
We have a copy of their 990 tax return, and
Copy of that?
that return indicates that there are no pecuniary benefits that are going to any of the officers or directors. They do earn salaries, but we don't go through an exercise of comparing the salary of the executive director or CEO of the entity to any set of other similar officers in charitable organizations. That isn't part of the process.
Do we have record of them donating to charitable organizations?
That I'm unclear as to what you mean donating to a charitable organization.
That's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement?
No.
That's the
Then
thing.
what is the point of this?
The way the New Hampshire statute is written, it's different than other states, and they don't put those stringent requirements on it. It's a very open statute. You have to be a charitable organization, and he's outlined what the requirements are. They meet the requirements. A lot of people think that if a charitable organization is there to provide help for those in need, those who are low income, moderate income, that isn't a requirement in New Hampshire. They have never written any of those pieces in there. That they don't allow us to make those discretionary decisions on that. That's not the way the statute is written in New Hampshire. And that's why I sent the email out that if they meet the requirements, they get the exemption. If you don't do that, we're going to end up in court, and they're going to get back all the interest, and they can also argue for their legal fees. That's the way it's written here, and that's one of the things that if people want to, they can ask for changes in that statutory provision. I think the mindset was, when it was created, that this would be charitable for low-income people, that sort of thing, and a lot of them are. But that's not a requirement here.
Any other questions from the council?
Yeah, I do.
Deb, go ahead. Absolutely.
I do. So that's part of the Woodmont PUD, correct?
I believe it is.
And so there is a development agreement that goes with the property in which that is built on, correct?
I'm unaware of the details of any kind of an agreement.
That's not his,
such
yeah,
as
that's
that.
not his
But
job.
well, this
that's
is
not.
important.
He's
Well, I
not the
guess I
right
should
guy
be
to ask.
talking to you.
Yes.
State
I'm sorry.
law would supersede that, though.
Excuse me?
State law would supersede.
Right.
I understand that, but in that development agreement, it says that the Woodmont PUD project has to stay tax positive, and that if not, they have to adjust. And so I question that, and I really think that that's important. I mean, that's something that was put in place. That would now take the Woodmont project in whole and put it in a non-tax positive light after I heard what Kate said about how many fire calls go there, police calls go there on a regular basis. So, granted, it might not affect the Baldwin, but it may affect the other development that is there at Woodmont, because it's a PUD that covers the whole project. It's attached. The development agreement is attached to the PUD, even though it's been subdivided, because they got certain. But I'm not talking to you directly. I'm just
just
trying
to
to
be
figure
clear,
this whole thing out.
what we're here for is for you to approve or to deny a property tax exemption under statute. That's the only thing we are here for. There's a whole other part of this process, which I also outlined to you in terms of a pilot negotiation of how much they're going to pay the municipality. Those are all very good arguments to make as part of those negotiations. In fact, quite frankly, the work that Kate did was very helpful to us.
Yes.
She did a lot of the homework that I would have to do otherwise.
Yes,
when it
she
comes
did a
to,
great
she
job.
really helped us out with that. It saved me a lot of time that I have to go do the research on anyway, and I start the negotiations on that. But that's a different part of the process, and that's a different analysis. The only thing that we have in front of us right now is a property tax exempt application that we need to act on.
Okay.
And as soon as we act on that, then I can go forward and do pilot negotiations. I can't do that
Okay,
unless
so
we
then
do
my
that.
question to you, Mr. Manager, is if we vote to go ahead and do this, can it be adjusted later on? And if we vote against it, is there legal ramifications for it?
Well, there's nothing to be adjusted. Either you issue the exemption or you don't. And if you don't do that, you can be sure they're going to file litigation and they're going to win. And we're going to have to pay our legal fees, theirs, and then all the interest that's going to be owed on whatever they have to pay, because they'll have to pay that bill until it's resolved by the courts or the BTLA.
Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Mr. Town Manager, what happens if, on the state level, if they amend this RSA?
It doesn't take effect until after the RSA would take effect on all standards. So this would be retroactive. It wouldn't apply retroactively.
Okay.
Right, the tax bills will, as you know, go out in the fall.
Right.
So we have to get this done. That's why it says by
I meant in
November 1st.
future years. What if the RSA changed?
Sure.
And the RSA changed upon what is the requirements?
Every
Will it
year
then
that-
actually affect this property differently, or will they be grandfathered?
It could. There is no grandfathering in this law. There is an annual application that's required. So it would be every April 1st.
And documentation, A9, Form A12, they have to fill out for us and prove to us their status, and we can question those, which we do. So that every year they'll have to do that, and if the rules change, then we'll act on whatever those rules are.
Okay, so that's part of what we need to do. is
Well,
not
we
go
can try
legislation.
to petition our state representatives and state
Correct.
senators to look into this matter in the future.
Correct, I
I've
agree.
made a
We should
note
take a
to
stand on this.
Take a look at this.
All right, so
Anything else from the council?
I will make a motion that the Londonderry Town Council approve the exemption request for these portions of their property that are used and occupied for their charitable purpose, and further authorize the town manager and assessor to negotiate payment in lieu of taxes with the applicant rep to result in terms most favorable to the town.
A motion by Ted.
Second.
Second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
So when that's done, I'll be coming back because you have to approve that pilot agreement.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your
on
patience
this
tonight.
difficult issue. But
Yes, thank you.
I know that the manager and I will do our best work to negotiate that pilot agreement.
Kate, thank you for your email. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I didn't even realize she was still here.
Yeah.
She's in the game back there.
Next up, discussion on the authority of the town manager to waive the fire suppression inspection fees required for participation in Old Home Day.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. So as most of you know, we accept food trucks to participate and sell food at various events throughout the Old Home Day celebration. We charge them anywhere between $100 and $350, depending on which events and which days they participate in. Over the past 2 years, the town has become more stringent on enforcing applicable building and fire and health safety codes for said food trucks. And in conjunction with the fire department, we've had some really good preliminary conversations working towards developing a more consistently applied and clearly communicated policy for food trucks operating in Londonderry. In the meantime, we're hoping to hold the trucks participating in this year's Old Home Day celebration to those same safety standards, which includes having an inspection of their fire suppression systems. In collaboration with the town manager, the fire department and I have come to an agreement that the trucks will either provide proof of a previous inspection from Londonderry or another municipality in New Hampshire or Massachusetts. If they have not done that, then they will submit to our Division Chief of Fire Prevention for inspection. However, when we advertised participation in Old Home Day, when we launched this application, we weren't counting on having that inspection. That inspection normally costs $50. And our ordinances do not grant the town manager the ability to waive fees that you put in place without your permission. So that's why I'm asking this today. So what I'm asking is for the duration of Old Home Day 2025, the preparation and the event, I'm asking that you grant permission to the town manager to approve waiving these fees for fire suppression inspections.
Any questions from the council?
It's for this year only, right?
Yes.
That's an important piece, because you should not be granting anything more than just that. You should be able to put other regulations in place.
And we will take this into account in our future planning and in the comprehensive food truck policy that we're looking to have in place by the first of the year.
Okay.
Mr.
With
Chair?
you and the
That's
town
okay.
manager's agreement.
Have we had food trucks either this year or in the past balk at the fee for inspection?
We have never charged this fee before. This would be a new policy, which is why I'm asking for a year to ease it in.
Gotcha.
So
Got a question?
they'll still be inspected.
Yes. Yes, this will allow us, waiving this fee will allow us to both prioritize safety and incentivize participation.
Over a weekend, a truck might go to 3 or 4 different towns, so every town they got to go get a permit for. It's the same inspection. If you've got a professional fire department that's doing that, and our fire department is willing to accept those, and they say they are, I did the same thing in Lebanon. It makes no sense for these people to pay out all these fees, have the truck re-inspected again and again for 3 different places in one weekend. It's a bit of a government overreach, and I think we can still provide the safety and not charge people all kinds of fees we don't need to charge them.
Mr. Chair, last question.
Yeah.
In the past, for any of our events, have we had any trucks have any fire situations?
Not in the 3 years that I've been involved with Old Home Day, but I can't speak to outside of that or prior to that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any other
We have to
questions?
schedule a public hearing for this?
No.
No?
It's just a motion.
No, we do not need a public hearing for this, just a simple motion and vote of approval.
I'll make a motion that we allow the town manager to waive.
It's written out, Dan.
Oh.
It's on the cover sheet.
It's tight. I should use this. I move that the town council grants the authority to the town manager to waive fire suppression inspection fees required by for participation in Old Home Day 2025.
Motion by Dan.
Second.
Second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Next up is a discussion on considering the zoning ordinance for demolition review committee responsibilities of the Heritage Commission. A first reading. You're up again.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. In a rare zoning ordinance that Kelly didn't have to edit and redline, this one deals with reassigning the responsibilities of the Demolition Review Committee, which would then be disbanded, to the Heritage Commission. Currently, the Demolition Review Committee is made up of 2 Heritage Commission members and 1 member at large from the public. It's a difficult committee to fill because of its erratic responsibilities, and it has proved an even more difficult board to achieve a quorum for, because even though we advertised for the alternates when we filled the board, we didn't get any applicants. And so calling a quorum of 3, getting 2 people who can meet, can sometimes be challenging, especially since this board only meets when there is a need for it. So after reviewing different communities around the state, we chose to model this off the city of Laconia, which assigned its demolition review responsibilities to the Heritage Commission. RSA 674:44B, Roman numeral I-D, gives the Heritage Commission the power to advise, upon request, local agencies and other local boards in their review of requests on matters affecting or potentially affecting cultural and historic resources. So this process of demolition review is within their purview. Aside from the significant elimination of the Demolition Review Committee, the general process of demolition review remains largely unchanged, except with regards to some deadlines to better accommodate the meeting schedule of the Heritage Commission.
Any questions from the council?
I really would like to do a little research on this.
This is the first reading.
This is
I
the first
understand.
reading.
I'm just saying. You asked if there was questions.
Yeah.
I feel that there needs to be a third party on this, and I'm not going to say the reasons why right now, but I just don't feel comfortable right now. So yeah, I think we have to look at it and how it's done, but I don't know that I'm comfortable with.
We're not taking a vote. We're just a first reading.
Okay, just telling you how I feel.
That's fine.
Just making sure I heard you correctly, 2 of the 3 members of that board are made up of Heritage Commission members, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they've most likely have already heard this item already. So you're
So-
then having another meeting after a meeting
So
sometimes,
these-
right?
Not all of these projects originate from Planning Board and pass through Heritage Commission. There's 4 ways in which that you can end up in demolition review, and that just includes in filing a building permit for demolition. It does involve filing a site plan that includes demolition of the buildings that meet these criteria. So not every one of these projects goes through Heritage naturally, or Planning Board. So it's a slightly different animal. So it's not like they're necessarily going to see them twice. They may, but not necessarily.
But you have 2 of the 3 members who are already on the Heritage Commission,
That is correct. And by the way that the current zoning ordinance is written, that is the terms of the current zoning ordinance.
Any other questions? All right. There will be a public hearing on this on August 4th.
Thank you very much.
Next up is discussion and review of a code of ethics policy for elected officials, appointed town officials, and volunteers. Mr. Mulholland.
So you have an ethics policy. You don't actually have a provision in codes. That's what the town has, and it was developed in 2008 and updated in 2014. RSA 31:39A authorizes you as the governing body to create a conflict of interest ordinances, what we commonly refer to as ethics ordinances. It obviously served its purpose at the time, but I think it needs some revision. And we talked about some of those things to provide some more clarity. And I provided the draft to you that you at least initially that I'd like you to consider for me to move forward this process. What I'm asking you to do is to give me permission to go through this process. It's an elongated process, but I think it's worth doing that. I don't think we need to rush into this, and I'd like to get impact from all the other boards and committees, public input on this, and I would suggest we use our legislative delegation because they deal with it at the state level. It's a stakeholder group that could be helpful to us to review this. There's some things that you don't have that you probably should have when it comes to electioneering by employees. There's no provisions on that. And you're missing a number of things, and it really needs a revamp without getting into great detail. So again, I provided you with a draft. I'd like to take that draft and go do the work that I need to do with all the other boards and committees. It may take me a little bit longer because these boards have different times that they meet. So it may take me longer, but I don't think we need to rush this. And I'm asking authorization to go through the process as I've outlined it here, and I provided the motion for you to permit me to do that if you so wish.
Any questions from the council?
I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby directs the town manager to implement the process outlined in this document to consider rescission and adoption of a revised code of ethics.
Motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Next up, we have a discussion on the creation and implementation of a town strategic plan.
So we have a master plan, and as you know, it's being readopted and revised as necessary, and that deals with the 60,000-foot level. It deals with the issues of land use and transportation, economic development, which is obviously a very good thing. But there's some missing pieces to that, and I would suggest that we consider the adoption of a strategic plan, or at least go through the process of it anyway. That process takes about a year at least to do that. Not a whole lot of communities have that. I've given you some examples of communities that have. They're all a little bit different. And I suspect if we do this here in the town of Londonderry, it'll be different than any of the others. It's a different community, has different issues, and different desires as to where it wants to go. But what it does is it allows you, as the governing body, to direct us and give us clear direction as to where you want us to go and what you want us to try to accomplish. It puts you in the driver's seat, which is where it should be. I should not be telling you where we're going. You should be telling me. And then I should be doing it. It's not a wish list. It is not, this would be nice to have. These are things we're actually going to do. When you start to deviate from that, then it then becomes a nice document that sits on a shelf. You involve every board and committee in the town, lots of public input in this process, and then it comes back to you. You make revisions to it, and at the end of the day, you're the ones who would vote on it, and you're directing us. And you can update that every 2 years or every year. Every community is a little bit different how they wish to do that. But it helps to drive the budget process to tell us where we're going and where our focus and what our effort should be. It has measurement tools that are in there, action items, key performance indicators, and then status updates that are going on. And it's all on our website, and it gets updated on our website. And there's some examples I've given you. You can take a look at these other communities. So if that is something that we are interested in doing, again, it gives you more tools in the toolbox and more control over where we're going. And if that's something you're interested in, I would like to initiate that process.
Yes.
Any questions from the council?
I like it.
Love it.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Move that the Londonderry Town Council directs the town manager to implement the process to coordinate and develop a strategic plan that will complement the town's master plan. After the completion of the comprehensive public engagement process, the town council will review and consider adoption of the proposed strategic plan.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Next up, discussion on rescinding the existing FMLA policy adopted, and implementing a new administrative policy. Mr. Mulholland.
The policy in place is obviously considerably outdated and needs to be revamped. I'm not sure why the council itself approved that. The council doesn't have any jurisdiction over employees. The town manager does. So I've provided that draft policy, and I would like to be able to implement that. And in order to do that, I need you to rescind the what you have in place. For the when I say you, the council put into place back in.
Any questions from the council?
I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby rescind Resolution 2024-16, which established and revised the town's Family Medical Leave Act, FMLA, policy, and directs the town manager to implement a new administrative policy.
Motion by Ted,
Second.
second by Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Almost done.
Next up is old business. Discussion of feasibility of implementing impact fees. Ms. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did discuss this at the last council meeting, but as a reminder, we're looking for the council's input as to whether or not you'd like to authorize the town manager to develop a draft impact fee ordinance and implementation plan for your future consideration. So we are not discussing the adoption of impact fees this evening. We are seeking for your input as to how you want us to, well, the town manager to proceed with looking into that process.
Thank you. Any questions?
I would just say I don't want to proceed forward on this until we have something in mind. I don't like the idea of not having any specifics. I don't like the idea of potentially asking for the taxpayers for a bond and getting in that scenario. We don't know what this is at all, and I'd wait till we do.
Well, I would go to the town manager for this. You've done these before up in Lebanon. They've worked. I don't see the harm in having everything in place. It's going to take us a few meetings to get this done. It's going to take a few writings of it. It's going to take a lot of looking. It's going to take a few months to get this put in place.
What would take a few months?
It's just to agree on which one we want, how it's going to work. This just today, Sean, we heard 3 people tell us 3 different options of how to do impact fees.
And what are the 3 options?
We heard some people say that, I think it was, where the hell's that sheet? Sorry, I saw. That guy, Rob, he gave us a paper and it said, this is an option of how you do it. You pay by different things. Then somebody else got up and said you could do impact fees by areas. You could do it by different subject matters. So we don't even know how we want to implement these. We need to look at all the other towns, what they're doing, see which ones we like, which ones we don't like, what we want to incorporate, what we don't want. The only person we heard speak negatively about this today was Mr. Smith. I mean, he's a business consultant for big developers, and I can understand why he doesn't want to have this in place. That being said, I would defer to the town manager, who's very, very well versed in impact fees and how this could help. It's a chicken and an egg kind of thing, and I think it's too good to be ready to pull the trigger if and when we decide to move it forward.
What you just outlined there is a bunch of choices and a bunch of options that we'll have to go down. I don't know how you make those decisions without knowing what the end in mind is at all. One could be one method of those, and you didn't clearly outline what the 3 methods were, but one of those might be tailored more towards a certain project than another. So we'd be going down the road making all these choices for a blind thing that none of those criteria might fit.
The same thing could be said, Sean, about the PUD. We're going down, hopefully, that someday somebody will take another piece of land and do this and do that. And you can't, I want you to prove to me why not doing this would cause any problem to the
Because I don't throw blind darts at the wall and hope I hit a dartboard.
Well,
when I don't even know what I'm throwing something at.
Because it's a chicken and an egg thing. There are a lot of things that the Rec Commission would like to do, or the Conservation Commission would like to do, improve on, things that could be improved on, like pocket parks or, expanding rec fields for bigger things. But they don't do it because they know there's no money there for it. They're scrimping into, we got to go get people to donate. We'll put it off. We'll temporarily fix it. I mean, it's not something unnew in this town. It's not like you're venturing out into an ocean that nobody's ever seen. It's just basically, as everybody has said here, is having something in your toolbox when that comes out. I guarantee you, once you put this in place, you will see a bunch of different people come forward. Like the utility committee, they will come forward with water things that need to be put forward. You will see traffic safety come forward with stuff.
It's not
you
a
will see
townwide slush fund.
I understand that, but there are areas that are impacted by building that's coming in. I'm not going to argue with you, Sean, but if you can prove to me that projects won't come in,
I don't know
can't do
what's going to
hypotheticals.
come in or going to anticipate. in the
Nobody
future.
does. Nobody does.
Precisely
So,
my point.
so why did the other towns do it?
Because they had things that come in, so they had a well-versed plan generally about what they wanted to apply it to.
So you're saying the town of Londonderry has no plan on how to do anything,
What on the CIP
and that's
do you
what
wanna
this
do?
does. You don't know it until you walk down the path and
You're on the
start looking
CIP
at it.
committee. Tell
Yeah.
me what on there you would like to look at impact fees for.
I would like to see it looked at impact fees for bettering our fields, expanding them to handle more people and more kids in different sports.
Is that on the CIP?
It's coming up on that
Tennis courts
stadium.
are on the CIP, which is maintenance of the tennis courts.
It
which is
also
not
could be
building
expansion.
new
Sean,
tennis
we could
courts.
go back and forth. This is my opinion. I'm stating it.
Opinion on what's on the CIP that you would use impact fees for.
You can also use impact fees for pocket parks
It's not on the CIP.
because they are afraid to come forward with it. The water is not on the CIP either, but they would love to come forward, but they don't.
So we should open up the well of spending.
Yes.
Open up warrant articles for everything. All of a sudden ask the taxpayers to fund all these things.
How long have you been in this town, Sean? How long have you been here?
What does that have to do
It's
with
just,
anything?
you'll see. How long
No,
have you been here?
I'm
3,
not-
5
I'm not
years?
even going down that
No,
road.
let me finish this. 3 or 5 years. I just want you to know that 7 to 10 years ago, there used to be a ton of things on the CIP. A ton of ideas for this town. Auditoriums, growing things. We had all kinds of ideas. Water parks, swimming pools, expansions, fixings of intersections, fixing of bad intersections. There were a ton of things on the CIP. They've all gone away because they know that the well is all dried up. And so they've just gave up on things.
Impact fees only cover a small percentage of the capital improvement project. Therefore, we would be asking the voters to pay for it. Anything we put these impact fees on, we are going to ask for spending from the voters.
And if we
Anything.
don't, no, we're not.
Mhm.
It has to go
But-
through a process, Sean. It's got to go through CIP. It's got to get approved. If it doesn't get approved, it goes to the voters. There's a process. To have an idea to say you want an auditorium, okay, the impact fees don't cover it. We're not instantly going to sponsor a bond for it.
You do not get impact fees without paying a significant percentage of what you're building or paying. It does not just, it's not free money.
I understand that, but that's up to the voters when it moves forward. It's not up to you and me. It's up to the voters. It's up to us to give them options to do things in their community that they want. They pay high taxes with minimal services, and I know they want more services.
I think, hold on here, everybody. I don't think we're asking the taxpayers to pay for anything at this point. I think what we're looking at is to ask the town manager to look at if this is workable for us, is this feasible for us to build a plan and then bring it back to us, a council, and then we can look at it and say, okay, this makes sense. Maybe we could move forward with it.
We
All
can
right?
all answer that question
Hold on,
today.
Sean. Hold on, Sean. Okay, because we can't answer that question right now. All right. I've been in this town a long time, and I've seen how impact fees can help.
Yes.
All right. And I think what you need to do is really need to think about asking the town manager to say, all right, can you look at this? Is this feasible for us? All right, we're not putting the cart before the horse, or we're not asking the taxpayers to spend any money at this point. We're asking the town manager to say, look at this. Can we implement this? And what are the steps to implement it? Okay? I can tell you, years ago, all right, North School wanted to build a playground. And there were impact fees from a development right on the corner of 28 and Sanborn. All right, that was put in there. Peter Kurlis came to me and he said, Dan, if you don't use that money by this date, that money goes away. Exactly. We know that. And that's how it works. Okay, if you don't utilize it, it goes back.
Do you have a question if we can do impact fees? Because I don't think any of us question that. That's why I'm saying everyone can answer that right now. We all know we could do impact fees. That's not the question. It's what for and what does it specifically look like? And until we have an end in mind, that's a guess. It's
Okay.
not look at it if we could. We can. Everybody knows that.
So, get back to my situation up at North School, all right? We went, didn't pay for the entire playground. It was seed money. It was seed money to help, and that's what impact fees are.
Yeah, they're
all
a
right?
percentage of a project.
And what happens is if people say, all right, we want to improve rec and we want to put X amount of dollars, and if we have money in impact fees as seed money for that, great. All right? And if the taxpayers say, no, we don't want to do it, then that money might go back to the developer.
I 100%
Okay?
understand that.
So I don't think I don't think there's anything wrong in asking the town manager to look into this, bring it back to the council, and he might, with his experience up in Lebanon, all right, he's had impact fees used up there. Just because we messed up here in Londonderry and end up having to pay, all right, doesn't mean we shouldn't be looking at it. We should look at it. It's a good tool. It's stuff like, you know, our town manager says, you know, if we have projects already on the shelf, well, if we have things that our impact fees will donate money to, and we have that project on the shelf, or we're looking at that project down the road, it's going to help us.
So you want to spend money out of our budget this year to look at something we don't particularly know what we're looking at, that we might use in the future, that we're going to have to reshape and spend.
So
more
I have a
Again,
question of our town manager. How much money would this cost to do this?
Probably about $25,000, somewhere in that range, I'm guessing.
And we have no problem with 15,000 for Christmas lights, Sean. You voted for it, but we got a problem with 25. You did.
Yeah, I have a problem with throwing 25 in the trash.
Did everybody get to see?
But it was okay to
the
throw
statement
15,000 at
that's in your
Christmas lights to
packet?
go up once a year.
It tells you
Okay.
what impact fees
Every year.
are and what they cost. So I would ask everyone just to look at this page before we do anything in your packet. It tells you what the requirements are for impact fees. And I think that if we're going to do this, we need to do it at budget season, so that if we're going to do this, we have a budget for our town manager to do this, because this is going to cost money, and that fee is going to be passed on to the consumer.
It's a one-time fee that could save them millions and thousands of dollars on the end.
Okay.
Don't be penny. What is it? Penny foolish and pound.
I'm not.
whatever
I'm
that
just
is?
telling you that you will be imposed. The construction company is not going to pay this. You're going to pay it.
I understand that.
Okay? So just keep that in mind, that if we do impact fees, you're raising
I understand that.
the impact on the consumer,
I understand.
not on the builder.
I
Okay.
understand.
Okay.
For the upfront of it, and you need to be understanding that.
I do.
If
I
you
just wanna make sure
if you're
everybody
going to
knows this.
spend $25,000 and you're going to put it into an account to do something positive that on the back end
Mm-hmm.
could save hundreds of thousands of dollars for people, is a smart thing to do.
It's the cost is passed along. It doesn't multiply.
It's
later.
once a year. You do this once. Once we've put up our fees, Mr. Town Manager, is this $25,000 something we got to pay every year?
No.
No,
All
I'm
right
not
then.
saying that's.
You will have to update it, because when you have new projects that come on, you'll have to do some new calculations, but you'll already have the baseline in place.
So it wouldn't cost as much, correct?
No, it's not going to cost as much to
Right.
update.
Do you have any enlightenment on these impact fees and why we should, or pros and cons on it? It would be nice to hear from somebody who's actually worked it, who's a professional on it.
As you indicated, there are pros and cons. There's different ways to do this, right? A lot of communities have them. They had them in the city of Lebanon I worked, and they worked quite effectively. We never turned back a dime. We had projects on the shelf, quite a few projects, and playgrounds that we constructed, recreational facilities that we constructed, the middle school project that's helping to pay off the bond for that building, fire equipment, ladder trucks, those sorts of things. We had a number of projects, and in fact, right now they're in the process of adjusting it again because of new projects that are coming on board, and we use the same consultant we had before to do that. But they're a tool that works. But on the other hand, as was indicated before, whatever you charge somebody when it comes to building an apartment building or a house, that has to get passed on to the people that are buying that house. So it adds to that cost. There's two sides of that argument, right? Who should pay for a better portion of the improvements in the community due to growth? Should the new people who are coming in pay for more of that, or the people who are existing here? The whole concept with the impact fees is that we're having the new people in who are coming into the community pay more of that burden of that. That is the concept behind it. It is not the only tool out there. There's special assessment districts. There's a variety of tools. You can have development agreements with people. They're all tools, as we indicated before, in the toolbox if you choose to use them. Not every community has them. They have their pros and cons. It's a public policy decision that obviously you need to make at the end of the day. Right now, our CIP is a little scant. It doesn't have a whole lot of projects in there, and that whole process should probably be revamped, and that's a different thing. But
I agree.
what this motion does is you're telling me to go develop the draft ordinance. And then at some point, you would have to
Does
go.
that draft ordinance have a cost, sir?
That does not, because staff would do
Okay,
that.
so it doesn't cost us anything just to get more detailed information to be well-versed in what we're looking at moving forward,
Well,
correct?
we would provide you with a draft ordinance that would be similar to what you see in other communities. And then the next step is if you implement that, then you're going to have to go and calculate that, what that would be for each. It's a little bit different. A house, a single-family home with 3 bedrooms produces a certain, and on average, a certain amount of kids. That is a certain amount of impact in the school district. It's a complex calculation. Industrial project doesn't produce school children, but has other impacts, so on and so forth. And that's why you have somebody else that would go and do that. It is not the cure-all. You're not going to bring in enough money to complete a project, that's for sure. You're not going to be able to do that. And if you're not really committed to doing those projects, you shouldn't be collecting the fees either. So to Councilor Faber's point, pros and cons, and it's not a cure-all.
And it's just one tool in the toolbox, and that's why I don't know what this obsession is with this one particular thing that we've got to drive
It's
this
not,
forward
Sean, because I've put
solve
all the
it.
other things on the agenda. So we're going to be looking at all the other stuff further down the road.
What's all the other stuff?
All right, we're talking about impact fees, guys.
Exactly. I, for one, am willing to at least look and digest it with an open mind to see the pros and cons, to see how it would work, to benefit the taxpayers of this community. And if all else fails, I would be the person who would put it on as a citizen's petition to the warrant article, and I guarantee you it would pass.
Feel free.
I mean, I don't think $25,000 is a lot of money for something like this.
Though, Dan, I will say, we should really go to the next budget for that 25,000. We don't have room in the budget right now to spare that right now.
But that's not even what we're talking about.
No,
Dave.
we will, because to be able to have the consultant go through and review
Right.
all the different pieces for this.
But there's a lot of steps to happen before we get to that.
There is.
I think.
There's one step.
Yeah.
Right.
That
not a
one
lot of
step,
steps, it's one
Ron,
step.
could take a little bit. How long do you think it would take,
That one step.
Mr. Manager?
Well,
How many
obviously-
weeks to get all the stuff together?
Obviously, the planning department's doing a few other things right now, so
Exactly.
she's got to work on that. She'll look at what other communities have, look at best practices, and then legal should review that
Yep.
before it gets to you. So it's going to take a few months to get that done.
So
if that's what
maybe
you asked
the
us
end
to
of
do.
October? To be honest, I mean, there's a lot on the plate, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time to get that done, if that's what you asked us
And
to
by
do.
then, we'll be.
And that means we'll be putting off other things that are on the docket, because it's not like you guys are just sitting around waiting for stuff to do. It's that will push things off.
I defer to the town manager for my priorities.
Yeah, we're not twiddling our thumbs, I can assure you of that.
But yeah, it's a horizontal.
And that's a long time and a lot of invested effort into something I don't know that we're going to do something with. And with a new town manager and all the stuff we're going through trying to get done, this just doesn't seem like an effective use of town resources at this point.
Well, at least we're trying to take steps forward. I think that you need to attempt to do things. You need to put things in the public. You need to look at it, and you need to start it. Otherwise, you just keep kicking the can down the road. This is just something that needs to be done. I believe that it needs to be looked at. Maybe I look at it and we say, you know what? It isn't for us. That cost us nothing.
You need to take effective actions with verifiable conclusions. And This
Okay.
doesn't have a conclusion. This is just taking an action.
It
to
might
take
have a
step
conclusion.
forward.
You don't know. So you just said you don't like things that you don't know. You don't know what the conclusion's going to be.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I also feel like this may be an overburden on our commercial, industrial, and potential other users that may come to town, as they're already, after the fact, then paying taxes to the town of Londonderry for just existing, let alone any services that they may need for their properties. So I feel like this would then be an overburdensome item when they're already paying us taxes.
they're already in place, Ted. This doesn't affect them. It affects new people. And some of those
Well,
people
if you're
you're
going to
talking
be a
about
new-
got
if you'd let me
50% off
finish.
their taxes.
If you'd let me finish.
Yeah, please.
I was talking. and
These
they
are
interrupted me.
new companies that are coming to town, so they will be paying taxes after the fact on top of this new fee. So
Okay.
you're putting an overburdensome item for them to then come and do business in our town. If
Well-
you would like to reduce our tax impact on our residences, you bring companies to town and not then charge another fee on top of them.
And how do you justify that by giving them 50% off their taxes for 10 years? When you said, oh, that's the only way we're going to get them here. Oh, if they come, we'll give them this. I mean, you
So
keep
then you
saying,
wanna go on the other
reduce
end and
money,
charge them even
reduce
more
money.
money.
They keep costing us money.
So charge them even more money to come here and
So what?
raise our taxes higher. Okay.
Our taxes have never gone down with all the development we have had in this town, all the new businesses. And I'm going to say not taxes, our tax bills have never gone down, but our services are dwindling. We're not giving anything back to the community. Used to be that you could put out as much trash as you want, and went from that to we can only do one barrel. You used to be able to put out as much recycling as you wanted. Now you can't. We keep losing services, and people are not happy. At least that's what I'm hearing from people who voted for me.
What's not going to help that is further burdening the 31% and declining commercial and putting the burden on the 69% and rising residential of people who live here.
They're taxed at a different rate, commercial, number one. It's not that
Cannot
bad.
be
We're
taxed
giving
at a
them a
different rate.
discount.
They're not
You know,
taxed
this
at a
is a
different rate.
philosophical thing. My vote is to look at it. It doesn't cost the taxpayer anything. And if this board is not willing to look at it, I will just say pro-builder, pro-builder. I don't know what you are. You're for the taxpayer. I'm for the taxpayer. You might not like these statements, but they're facts, and they're my rights to say it as a free state individual. And I have freedom of speech, and I just feel that you are just stubborn about not even looking. And so,
I don't want to raise taxes on the people in this town unnecessarily.
okay, and I do. That's why I'm
By
fighting for this.
limiting- If the tax base isn't increased at all, taxes will go up with the cost of inflation and cost of goods if everything stays the
Okay.
same.
Okay, so
Math.
you're telling me your tax bill never, ever, ever will stay flat or go down, even with all the building.
If the current tax, people who are taxed does not change, if nobody else comes into this town, the taxes will either increase or stay the same. They're not just going to magically go down without new revenue.
We brought in so much business and nothing went down. You weren't here. We were promised by the council, Dan may be able to remember.
It doesn't have anything to do with what
Okay.
somebody spent. It's math. If you
Okay.
what you bring in,
I'm done arguing. I just say we either take a vote on this, do what you want. I definitely will be putting this on as a warrant article.
Okay.
So it will pass no matter what, Sean.
Okay.
Done.
Okay, that's fair enough. You want anything else? Yeah.
I don't see the harm of looking into this. I think it's beneficial. I know that, Sean, you keep saying that it's going to cost the taxpayers, You know, if you listen to Betsy McKinney, she said it, you know. We collected money for traffic issues. I mean, you're big on traffic. You would think you'd want to try to get some money to do some of these traffic studies and everything.
I would when we have a plan to do it.
Well, that's where
Are
it
you working
starts.
on it?
It has to start there.
You put it on the agenda?
No,
Then
I
that's how
don't
we
load
work
up
on
the
it.
agenda with things.
So Dan, I just want to make sure, as everyone read this piece right here in the packet, this is critical, that everyone understands this. So the impact fees would end up, if you decided you wanted the playground, impact fees would still have cost the taxpayers money. It's not a free project. The
I
impact fees don't
understand
pay
that, but that then goes to the voters. It's not up
I
to
understand, I'm
us.
just making sure that
If
you
they're willing to
understand.
pay for it, that's like saying
seed
they're
money.
willing
It's
to pay
seed
for
money to
conservation
start.
land.
It's seed money
That
to-
costs us money.
Okay.
But
Seed
they're
money-
willing to pay for it.
It's seed money to start a project, to help a project along.
So-
It's not going to pay for the project. You know, if the school district says, hey, you know, we need to add on to the school, they might get some money out of it, but they're not going to get 100% of it.
And with that some money, it may be more palatable for the voters to move it forward.
You know, it's
We
just-
don't know.
It's just like when you look at, you know, when you guys go through the budget process, and, okay, so how do we lessen the impact on the taxpayer? Oh, we'll take it out of undesignated fund balance. We'll take it out of undesignated fund balance.
Which don't you oppose? Because I remember we had this conversation, and I philosophically don't think we should be greasing the wheels on warrant articles with the unassigned fund balance. The only thing that should be used is to reduce the tax burden. This is the same kind of thing. We are taxing them indirectly by putting a tax on a business or on some other kind of development, and that gets passed along the consumer, and we're using it to grease the wheels of warrant articles the same exact way that I fundamentally oppose doing it with unassigned fund balance. I fundamentally oppose doing it with this.
I'm going to go
It's
back
no
and
different
look what
than
we voted on.
when you were looking at pickleball courts, okay? We're looking at the pickleball courts, we took money, they decided we're gonna take X amount of dollars out of undesignated fund balance, okay?
But we didn't have it.
Failed. So it's similar to that, Sean, where if you're going to have impact fees and you go to the taxpayers and say, okay, we need to raise $100,000, but 50,000 of that we have in impact fees, all right? So it's lessening the burden on the taxpayer to get certain projects done in
That they
the
may
community.
want, and they got to vote on at the end.
That's how I look at it. I mean,
I'm not opposed wholly to the concept of impact fees. I'm opposed to going down this road without a plan. That's it.
well, I think that's why we're going to ask our town manager to develop a plan.
In order to get an accurate plan, Dan, we need to budget the 25,000. Right now, we don't have that in the budget.
Well,
And I think if we're going to go down this road, we need to talk about it at budget season.
if you really want to go down this road, okay, we have unfilled positions in this town for so many years, okay, that we've been playing money here and there. So $25,000, I mean, we've got quite a few vacant positions right now as of July 1st that we haven't filled. Easily that comes up with 25 grand.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
May I ask a question of the town manager?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I believe correctly, to have an impact fee to go towards a potentially, say, example, a school project, we will need to have potentially maybe a residential project that would be impacting the schools that would be generating more children. Is that correct? And not
Right.
a commercial property? or
Right, because
industrial?
commercial doesn't produce school-age children, but
Right.
residential do, yeah.
So if we had commercial industrial buildings primarily coming to town, none of that money would be able to go towards school projects or recreation projects, correct?
Well, they wouldn't be charged an impact fee. So,
Right.
the impact fee, in case of Lebanon's broken up into 4 pieces, you may only have to pay one piece of that because if you have a residential property.
Right.
So, yeah.
But for commercial industrial properties that are not producing any new residences to town that are living here,
They would not be
none of
assessed.
that impact fee would going towards recreation or education, correct?
Recreation's a little bit different, but certainly school facilities would not be.
But fire and police.
Would we have to increase town staff to manage impact fees?
No. Okay. Not with the type of, we don't have a whole lot of projects here, and the finance, it's really a minimal task when it's done properly. Unfortunately, you have a reputation, the example of how it was not to be done, unfortunately, but that was a long time ago. And I am not worried about the finance staff being able to manage this because it's not a heavy load. They go into an escrow account, the interest grows on that. If you turn the money back, they get the interest back on that. It's really
Doing them a favor.
pretty easy to manage. And I'm really not concerned about us being able to do that and getting ourselves into trouble. I am not worried about that piece.
I guess I would just like to see it done at budget season, because if we're going to budget this money, then we're not potentially wasting the staff's time doing something that we may never do. If we budget the money, we're going to go all in, and then we can determine after we have an analysis if we want to do this or not.
We'll have the money for the consultant.
Right. We need the consultant to tell us first if this is even feasible.
I'm just going to go on the record as saying this, Ron.
please.
I can't count how many times we've wasted staff time going down something we've decided not to do.
Exactly.
So don't even say that that's an excuse, because it's not. We're not wasting their time by giving us facts, numbers, and information. That is not a waste of time. That is something that will be used at budget season to project the pros and cons of it. That's why this really doesn't cost us anything. And I'm not going to publicly say where we've frivolously had the town do things, but we have. And you agree with me.
As you
So
said,
don't
this is
say
my-
it's a waste of money
this is
to
my
have the
opinion.
staff do something that's going to benefit or not. It's going to benefit us to have every piece of information.
As you said earlier, Deb, this is my opinion.
I
You had
understand,
your
but I'm
opinion,
just
right?
trying to
I'm just
explain to
saying,
you.
My opinion is this is
But-
what,
but
if
I
we're going to
wanted
go
you
down
to-
this road, we need to budget the money,
I
so
understand.
that
But you
the
need
staff
to,
can look at it appropriately. We can get a real analysis on it.
but you need to have the basis to have them look at it. Whether we pay the $25,000 or not, they still got to do this information to get it to where we want to be. To go to to put out the RFP to say what we're looking for. One way or another, whether we do the impact fees or don't, with the $25,000, we still have to have staff do this information. Whether they do it now or in the middle of budget season is
Correct, but think of this.
I am thinking.
Now you have $25,000 set aside that the staff knows that, hey, they're serious about this. They've set aside money for it. Now we're going to put our effort into this, and we're going to actually have the money there.
Why would the staff think something we asked them to do is frivolous?
I didn't say that.
Or they would
Don't
say
put words
that
in my
it's
mouth,
for
Pam. I
real.
didn't
They're
say
gonna. You said it wasn't like taken for real. That we're really gonna do this. That's what you said. That we're really gonna do this now because we have the money.
It's an
So
unfunded request.
In this grand scheme of things, 25 grand in our budget, which is
It's
a
nothing.
bottom line budget, is nothing.
It's
All right?
nothing.
I mean,
I principally don't want $25,000 to be spent to be coming out of a fund that was meant for a hire. That's just not my thing. So I don't want.
But
as
you've
you
been
know-
using that money for Old Home Day. It was not a big problem. If you use that money to have a barbecue for somebody, that's not a problem. But when you use it for something that benefits the town, it's a problem.
Well, we
Old
want
Home Day doesn't.
No, that's the truth. That's not off the rails, Ron. That's actual truth.
Are you like proposing we cancel Old Home Day? Like that's a town benefit. Like these things, these other things you're outlining do benefit the town. We're just trying not to waste it until we're
The
ready to
town
use
was
it.
voted by a warrant article. Old Home Day was supposed to be a private committee done by citizens and volunteers, not managed and run by the town. That was a warrant article, and the voters voted on it. We have taken town money year after year after year and put it in there. And we've had less and less meetings, less and less whatever. It's volunteerism has disappeared because the town has taken it all on.
It's gone off. We got to get back on track here. Anything else to add there?
I just don't think it hurts to have the town manager look into it. And then, once he comes back to us, and we can talk about the $25,000.
And I'll say wait till budget season.
Yeah,
at the minimum.
I'm not opposed to it. I just want to wait till budget season till we have the money.
You
and then
obviously are.
We put it. We have the money allocated to move forward.
Did you have the money? I'm gonna say
But you
this.
already have
I'm going
the
to say
money.
this, Ron. Okay, where was the money allocated for the sign on the PD that says Londonderry Police Department? It was not allocated. It was used out of the budget. It's a bottom line budget. Okay? So those nice letters that we have there, it says Londonderry Police, that was not budgeted for. Okay? It was a bottom line budget. Oh, we didn't hire X amount of officers? We used that money for that. So this whole saying we gotta set it for $25,000 for this, we are not a line item budget. We're a bottom line budget. So if we said, this is what we want to do, all right, and then we could ask the town manager, where could you find a 25 grand for it?
And yeah.
Ask Justin.
During the last budget season, didn't we try to right size the budgets?
They tried to right size them.
We did. So I'm just saying, if we made mistakes in the past, why would we continue to do that?
So
Like,
if
let's
the-
try to right size the budgets, get them right. Let's put the $25,000 in the budget.
So my
It's the right way.
My understanding
Why
right
would
now.
$25,000 be in a budget for a one-time item?
This is for a consultant.
Or
It's a one-time item, though.
We
It
have
wouldn't be
consultants in the
budget.
planning department all the time. We should put the money aside for a specific purpose for the consultant to perform this task.
Well, it's obvious. You three are no, us two are yes. Let's move on. It's getting late.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
Let's take a vote. Let's go.
There's no motion
Yeah,
on the
there's
table
no,
to take
there's
a
no
vote
motion
on.
to vote on, so.
Okay. Next.
All right, next up
minutes.
is approval of minutes. I'll accept a motion to accept the July 7, 2025 Town Council minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes the affirmative. Liaison reports.
So, Old Holden Day Committee, planning is in full swing because it's less than a month away. The dates are Wednesday, August 13th to Saturday, August 16th. The theme this year is Join One. We're focusing on local clubs, organizations, and nonprofits. We're still accepting registrations for a few more entries into the parade and food trucks on Friday night. Anyone interested in volunteering or helping out during the setup on Friday or parade staging on Saturday should contact Churston or Doug. Besides that, my master planning committee update, we did send over the first 3 chapters to the planning board. So we've made good progress on that.
Excellent. Any other updates?
I have Heritage Commission coming up this Thursday. And obviously, this coming Wednesday, we have the Chicago Band Tribute Band on Concert of the Common. I don't know how or who they pray to this summer, but it looks like we're probably going to have another sunny night for Concert of the Common. So, well done, Concert of the Common.
Excellent. Anybody else?
ZBA, we have new members, so that's good. They were short, so they were not able to take care of all their items this week. Library, you're all aware of what's going on with the library. We're fortunate to have our town manager attend the Saturday's meeting, and I was just wondering if he could, enlighten us on some of the points that he made to the trustees concerning some of the issues they had.
I was asked to attend the meeting by the chair of the board. That's why I attended that. Normally, I would not go to those meetings because I don't have any jurisdiction or authority with them. But they asked me to attend, so I did. And they asked several different questions. There was the question about the legality of one of the treasurer of the library board of trustees, whether or not she could be not compensated, but receive the
reimbursement.
Thank you. It's only like 11 o'clock at night. Reimbursement for expenses, $19 worth of some printing that she needed to do. And I outlined that. You've seen the email that I have sent out in terms of the authority to do that. And I think she does have the legal authority to be able to do that. There's a process that probably should have been followed, which they didn't have. And I've outlined that, how they can do that in the future. They certainly asked about when the council was going to act on their recommendation they made on Saturday. And I told them in the meeting that it's not on the agenda for the 21st, that they will probably do that sometime in August. We'll get that on the agenda to do that. And obviously, we've been through that already. And then there was the issue, there's a petition going around, the ability to remove members of the Board of Trustees, and there is no such authority from this council to do that. We have, as you know, no jurisdiction over them to do that. And you cannot remove members of the Board of Trustees. And the recall provisions that are in the town code, the town charter, don't apply to them because they are a body of state statute, and they can only be removed from malfeasance in accordance with the provisions of that statute. So our charter provisions do not apply in that particular case. And then they asked me another question, but somebody interrupted that in regards to adjourning, so I didn't answer that question. I ended up responding to it via email about non-public sessions and the review of personnel evaluations on an annual basis, and I outlined the statute and the provisions on that, which I think all of you also have. So that's that.
Anything else? All right.
One more thing, Ron.
Good. Please.
On the library, this has nothing to do with my liaison, but I did get to my town councilor email, which I try to respond to everybody. This gentleman sent me an email, and he asked me to say it publicly. He wanted to know what my stance was, since I've always been very, very verbal about public comment and transparency. He wanted to know what my take was on the library. So I'm going to answer him. My answer is, we have no power. It's a separate government. But I fully believe in transparency and public comment and input. Whether I agree with it or don't agree with it, they have a right to it. He went on to ask, what about them not allowing the people to speak, even though there was public comment? And my answer is that the chair is responsible for that, and the chair should have, in my opinion, set the rules, as like the school board did when they had the mass thing and they would trying to get their board work done. You have to get the business of the town or library or school done. And if you are going to eliminate public comment to the end and you have a room like that, the answer should be if someone has something new to say that hasn't been said at one of these meetings already, or a solution to a problem, the limit's 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. We're going to allow 20 minutes for public comment because we need to get stuff done at the beginning. And if you're welcome to stay at the end and have public comment. So for me, I always try to hear the public. I always try to listen to them. And I would have responded to this gentleman via email, but he asked me to do it publicly, so I am.
Who was the email from?
His name is Edward McKenzie.
Thank you.
If you'd like to see the letter,
No,
I
I'm just-
have it. Like
For
I said, I
record,
try to
for our
respond
minutes.
to every single email that I get, on the council. I get back to them in one way, shape, or form. So.
Any other liaison reports? All right, town manager report.
Okay, a few items in here. The charter article number 3, section 3.10 indicates that we will recodify every 10 years our regulations, which doesn't appear to have occurred. So that was created in 2006, should have been done in 2016, and then it's now due in 2026. So I recommend that we follow the charter that we're required to follow, and that we develop a new taxonomy for consideration to avoid confusion with Roman numerals in the charter. Your charter provisions, your code provisions, and your policy positions all have Roman numerals, and sometimes it gets rather confusing. Most communities, when it comes to your code, they have like chapter 53, chapter 46. So I recommend that we just look at changing that process, and this is probably one of the reasons somebody was thoughtful about this a long time ago, that it's time to refresh that. So for next year, I would suggest that we do that for our code, which is within your jurisdiction anyway. You amend the code provisions, and just changing those numbers to allow for that would be, I think, go a long way just to making it a little bit easier. And then when it comes to policies, there should be 2 different sets of policies. ADM, which is the policies the town manager creates for the things that I have responsibilities for, and then there should be town council policies, and they should be TCP or something like that. So it's very clear that when you're looking at something, what it is, whether it's a charter provision, a code provision, or a policy provision, because policies don't have the same impact as code does, which is why you have it's called a code of ethics, but it's really a policy, but really should be part of your code. And then the other thing I recommend is that our charter, we should be looking at renumbering that, not changing any of the powers. Using a format from the National Civic League, which is what other towns and cities across the country use. Again, it doesn't change any of the powers, just the numbering system. And there are sections that you don't have at other places. Just leave a space for those if you ever want to add those in the future. I did this in Lebanon to renumber them all so they all meet that. So it doesn't change anybody's power, anybody's authority, just that one step. And that's probably one of the things I would recommend that we do for the charter change, so-called, next year, is just renumbering it and go through that process. And then that doesn't require a charter commission on that, because, again, you're not changing anybody's power to do that. I have developed a new procurement policy. The one that we have is it's old, and it's somewhat limited, and I would suggest it doesn't meet modern requirements. So I think it's like 3 pages. This is going to be like 15 or 16 pages. I've got most of it written. There's a lot of sections in there that you don't have anything on at all. So my recommendation is going to be that you rescind that and you allow me to implement a procurement policy, purchasing policy. It's called procurement policy in this day and age. So that I'm working on that. I've got a few more pieces I need to add into that, and then I'll get it out for question and comments. And then every policy I send out, you folks get it anyway. Even though it's not intended for you to provide comment on it, you certainly can. And this one is one you would definitely want to do that on. Anyway, so there's that, and that's going to be a key component moving forward to streamline a lot of things. And we're also not in compliance with a single audit either, because you have to have all the federal provisions, which you don't have any of those. They haven't called us on that yet, but sooner or later they will. I could go through the next couple of meetings, but you already have them. So unless there's questions about what the agenda items are for the next couple of meetings, we've got that pretty well spelled out. And it also, again, gives our public a lot of notice that these are the things we're going to be chatting about, and it gives them an opportunity to do their own research on those. You already talked about the Library Board of Trustees alternate process, so I don't need to get involved with that. And that is all I have for you this evening, unless there's any questions of me.
Questions? Assistant Town Manager report.
All set.
Excellent. Open the public comment.
One quick thing, Mr. Chair, I'm very
Please.
sorry to have
No.
to do this, but I will say that Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire, I don't remember, I couldn't hear where it came from, but I'm pretty sure one of you said something about commercial is taxed differently from residential. That's not true. There's one tax rate in Londonderry and in New Hampshire, one tax rate. Maybe
That was
different,
me.
maybe different in city forms of government.
Tony, I'm big
But
enough to
it's
tell
not.
you that was me.
Okay, I just.
I said it because I know they like strip malls. If they're doing well, they get, I don't know, the way they were appraised or whatever.
That's different. There's one tax rate. Everybody has the same tax rate
And
based
that-
on assessed value.
And that's why I changed it to using the word tax bill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. I've lived here since 1996. I've been paying attention to town council meetings since 2006. I've been to more town council meetings and planning board meetings than probably everyone sitting up here. Here's what I see. Impact fees. Don't even look at them. Every time there's something that might possibly help residents, we don't need to do that. Former town council said, can't look at it. They're illegal. Guy gets up here, former town manager, never mentions he's a developer. Oh, can't do this, can't do this. I wasn't surprised when I got kicked down the road. We bend over backwards to bring in businesses, and we're constantly told, we were told when Pettingill Road came in, 10,000 jobs. We're going to have restaurants everywhere. We get nothing. Deb is absolutely right. I get less services from this town than when I moved in. We're constantly having our powers taken away because we appoint these people, this committee now, oh, we're going to move that over to the town. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. The CIP committee, we don't have a plan. The CIP committee last year met twice in violation of town charter. When they finally met, the entire conversation was not what we need, not what we're going to look at in the future, but how do we rate these so that the people will vote for the things that we want to get passed?
Yep.
In years past, we looked out 10, 15 years and said, this is the freight train coming. How are we going to deal with it? Now, how do we get this pushed through? I'm really sick and tired of it. And as far as Councilor Paul putting this in the warrant article, honestly, don't waste your time because we put things on the warrant article asking the town council to do things, and they basically turned around and said, screw you, we're not even going to do it. I'm done.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I will accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Sean.
Second.
Second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you.